Alright, hello everyone. How are you all doing? I am super excited today because we are going to be doing Skirk's story quest. Yay! Although by the end of this, I have a feeling I will probably be pretty sad. So yesterday we successfully pulled for Skirk at the beginning of the version 5.7 update. Here she is now, just sitting here with her crystals. And yeah, we were trying to figure out how to play her, how to use her. I was a little bit confused by her skill and burst yesterday, but it's okay because I think I have now experimented with her, and we're ready to try her out. First, I will show you what I've learned. And we're back in Enlightenment. As I explained yesterday, oh, I did not realize there's a big gap here. Where are all the creatures? Where is something that we can fight? I was explaining yesterday, of course, Enlightenment is like the nexus between the different realms. The human realm, the light elemental realm, and the abyss. So this is probably the place, it's not technically in Teyvat, but it's the place, I guess, in Teyvat that is closest to the abyss that Skirk spends a lot of time training in. Now, what I learned last time I was trying to figure out how to use her burst. So specifically, whenever I went into mermaid mode, which is super cool, I love when she does mermaid mode. Yes, it's 7-phase flash, but now I've started calling it mermaid mode. We're going to be calling it mermaid mode. Then I can't use her burst to do an attack. Only when she's not in mermaid mode with the white dress here can she do stuff like that. Oh my gosh, okay. I did not expect her to be so powerful. And so we were trying to figure out yesterday, like, the difference in her burst here. We have Havoc Ruin, which is what we just saw, or Havoc Extinction. So it seems like Havoc Extinction is not that same burst where she cuts through space and time and makes all of these like crystals appear and forces all the enemies to go into the rift. Havoc Extinction seems to give her this effect where her normal attacks do way more damage depending on how many rifts have been absorbed and how many serpent subtlety points that she has. So it's great to hold on to the burst and then make a bunch of rifts appear with all the elemental reactions, then use the burst, absorb them all, and just do a lot of damage, assuming your mermaid mode lasts that long. So that's great. Also, what I was able to do is I was able to get some of the level up material from the chess game, which we just unlocked yesterday. And then because it's my first clear, I got another one. So we can do one of each. One for her skill. I'm gonna assume it's the skill that needs it, not the normal attack. And then one for her burst. And so now I understand what they meant all along, saying there's two ways to do damage with Skirk, either with her burst or using her burst to help with with her skill. They said it a whole bunch of times, but I didn't quite understand until I started using her in the game. That's just how it works sometimes. So for example, this Abyss Mage that's appearing here right now. So first of all, I could just fly around like this whenever I want. So actually she kind of fills that niche for Wanderer. And you can sort of see that her burst meter has already gone up. It's supposed to give 45 serpent subtlety points, and that's 100. So a second time it gives another 45, which is 90. So you can see I can attack like this right now. Paradigm shift. All right. Okay. Then. Okay, that was not what I wanted. It's okay. We're still figuring this out. Doing this. Now I can go back into mermaid mode. Or not. Okay, that wasn't what I was trying to do. We just finally made the burst happen 3 times when yesterday I couldn't even make it happen once. But that's okay. So I can do this. I absorb that rift. But that also charges up her burst. So even if I'm not attacking, if I just use her skill and hold it a lot, or even tap it a lot, but also if I hold it a lot, then her burst meter fills up. So this is what I have learned over the last day. Spending a lot of time trying out Skirk. And yeah, why is there nobody here? I picked like the wrong part of Enkanomiya. Okay, there's some Slimes. There's a bishop over here. I wonder how many of those Skirk has fought, but I assume the bishops don't really like being in the abyss that much, but I don't know. So, hit mermaid mode here. So now she's absorbed 3 rifts, and then I used her burst. I don't think I quite timed that right, but it's okay because her mermaid mode is still going on. All right, great.
Don't be scared.
It ended. That gives me a chance to reset everybody.
You can run, but you can't
There we go. Making a whole bunch of reactions happen, and there we go. Okay, that was something. Oh my gosh, I've missed the music in this area. I love Enkanomiya so much. It's still my favorite area. Thankfully, I added Teddygal30 into the team today for lore reasons. I don't even know if he's gonna show up today, but he better. But I actually don't know. All right, let's get out of here, shall we? But yeah, I've been having some fun. This, like, playing with Skirk is awesome because it's only been a day since I got her, and I can already use her to help me with like clearing domains and farming for artifacts and stuff like that. There's other characters I need to like build them up a lot more, you know, before they're ready to actually start helping me with stuff. But yeah, let's see. Oh right, I haven't done this since last time. I wanted to dump my Pyroculuses into the statue. Yeah, I have a little list of things to do before we get started. Okay, apparently that wasn't enough to level it up. That is fine. But you know what I probably, not this, what I probably can level up is, let's see. Yeah, I can offer up all my sigils. And that gets us a crown. So a lot of primo gems, some resin. Oh yeah, that's right, about the resin. And an quaint fate. I heard something about, yeah, I heard that up here, this, I wouldn't notice these types of, actually, you know what, it is noticeable. The resin is now cracked, and in previous updates it wasn't.
Where do we come from?
Yeah, I don't know what that's about, or if anybody's figured out what that is, but it's okay. I like flying around a Skirk now because that actually charges up her burst. What else? Oh yeah, in her profile, or it's just not even in her profile, but you know how in the top left corner, like there's like the vision symbol, and that shows like the visions that everybody has, and then there's some special cases too, like Aloy has like a special like Outlander kind of vision. The Traveler has that symbol. Yeah, that's what Skirk's symbol is. But we know she doesn't have a vision. But I just wonder, is that another kind of Outlander vision? Or is that like a Conria or other place vision? But I wouldn't think that Conria would have people with visions because their whole thing is it's a nation of people who shunned the gods. So maybe not. And also her affiliation, Cosmic Calamity. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely going to be getting into a lot of, oh yeah, I love when she does this, her idle animations. A lot about the lore of Teyvat, a lot about the story of our whole adventure here, I think. Learning a little bit more about Skirk will kind of give us more context for a lot of what we want to know and what we've been missing this whole time, trying to piece together what's happening in Teyvat, and I guess where is Teyvat? Like, why is this world it's vast and full of so many wonderful things, but yeah, clearly there are things going on outside of Teyvat that we are not super privy to, And I hope that changes. All right, one more thing I want to do before we get started. Something I meant to do yesterday, I totally forgot because we ended up fighting the chess people instead. Obviously we have to see. She's only level 80 right now. If we don't, if I can't beat Child right now,
amuse me.
I will wait until
Surrender is a
I've
valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
gotten her to level 90. But there is that whole line about, you know, next time I meet my master, I should hope that I will be able to use both hands to beat me. Well, you're gonna get her to use both hands, but you're right, she will beat you. Okay, look, that's even Farina. Whenever I go fight Child, I just think about how far we've come. You know what I mean?
You've got a trick or two.
Okay. So I used the burst, but that was not a good timing. You need to like kind of use it in the middle of. All right. Well, looks like Farina's little buddies are just gonna. You need to time it where you can get the 3 rifts if possible, and then still have some duration left to actually make use of it. Like, I mean the burst, like absorbing the rifts and make use of the bonus from there.
Your strength is praiseworthy. I too shall use all of mine.
All right. This was our first look of the power of the foul Sertology, passed down his disciple Skirk, who then passed it down to her disciple Ajax, Tartaglia, Child. See, this is what I mean. Look how far we've come since this, right? This is why I'm freaking out. This is so cool. All right. It's been a while since I saw that full cutscene too. Like, there's so much of this game I want to reappreciate so much. Okay, so you can see with the meter next to her how many rifts are there if you can't actually see. Okay, so there's 3, but her thing ended. See? So you might actually get a chance to beat her today, but that was only because the person behind the screen was not prepared, not because. Where did you go? I mean, just think about how much has happened since this fight. Since this fight, then Child ended up in the abyss and had to fight the whale for like months. Like, that's crazy. Like how far we've come, right? Alright. GG. Technically, she could have beaten you if I wasn't so unprepared. Yeah, I wanna build a team. I wanna build a team for Skirk. I'm not sure if I'm gonna pull for Shenhe or not. But now I'm realizing if I'm gonna use the sword that needs a shield to make it really good. Like, Layla is good, but I wonder if I should get Seat Lolly as well. Alright. Anyway. Yeah, without further ado. Yeah, just, you know, listening to her story, watching her character teaser, character trailer, the animated short. The melancholy lyrics of those songs. That's that loneliness and longing and that waiting for a day when the journey ends. I mean, maybe Skirk knows what our life is like too. Just being somebody who journeys through the cosmos. Yeah, this should be interesting to say the least. Alright, here we go. Oh my gosh, there's so many quests. Alright, but this is what we're doing today. Whispers betwixt stars and night. An otherwise ordinary day on the road, you suddenly feel a strange discomfort. Okay, focus experience mode. I probably should enable that. I don't know if it always works. But we're going to hope it works. Alright, look for Baiju at Boo Boo Pharmacy. Alright, well, what are we doing going to Boo Boo Pharmacy today? May I ask? I mean, like, under what what context would we be doing this? I guess. I mean, what brings us back to Liyue? Other than we like coming back to Liyue, we like revisiting all the places that we've been and catching up with all the friends we've met along the way. Perhaps it is nothing more or less than that.
Baiju wasn't in his shop.
No, Baiju
You're
usually
looking for Dr.
isn't
Baiju.
in his shop.
He's resting today, but he said to send any patients to the back room.
Okay.
Ah, okay. Thanks. We'll head on through.
Great, we're gonna meet with Baiju. Oh, hello.
Oh, looks like we have a special guest.
Traveler, Paimon, welcome. What can I do for you?
It's the Traveler. He looks absolutely beat these days. He has these huge dark circles around his eyes, like he hasn't slept a wink. And he keeps spacing out. You have to call his name several times before he snaps out of it. What do you think it is? Is he sick?
I don't remember getting these symptoms, but yeah, that.
Oh, is Teddy prone to sickness? I find this surprising.
I guess I could be.
Very peculiar. In all the time we've been acquainted, this is the first time you've come to me with a health complaint. Come, let me take a look at you.
Yeah, we were actually remarkably healthy. You know, with us being able to like purify abyssal energy and all of that, we seem to also not get sick very often.
Okay, Paimon does not like that expression, Baiju. It's not serious, is it?
Complexion is good, eyes are clear, breathing is steady, pulse is strong. Physically, you appear to be in good condition, Traveler. In theory, your energy level should reflect that. You should be feeling right as rain.
Maybe we just need to get some rest then. We have been pretty busy over the last little while. And yet I do feel like something is off.
Hence my concern. A clean bill of health is usually a good thing, but in this case, it likely means your situation is more complicated.
Okay.
Physical illnesses come with detectable symptoms that can be used to diagnose, medicate, and cure the condition. But afflictions of a non-physical nature, they fall outside a doctor's realm of expertise.
I see.
Huh? What do you mean, non-physical nature?
Curses, dark magic, it's hard to say. It could just as easily be a simple case of mental fatigue.
Which would make sense.
Why don't you rest here for a bit? Whatever it is we're dealing with, clues to your condition are sure to reveal themselves in time. Once we know the root cause, we can administer the right treatment.
I've seen my fair share of mental afflictions. To start with, some calming incense, a good night's sleep, and a good meal will do you a world of good.
In the meantime, Changsheng and I will review the relevant literature for afflictions that present with mental fatigue.
Oh, thank you so much. You take such good care of us.
Still, we're not experts on this kind of thing. I say, we should strongly consider calling in a specialist as soon as possible. Oh, this must be a rare condition if not even Baiju and Changsheng have seen it before.
Yeah.
Well,
If it is
all we can
a
do
condition.
is take their advice. You look like you're about to collapse anyway.
Do we? Oh my gosh, what brought this about,
Just
I wonder?
get some rest. Paimon will be right here by your side. Fingers crossed you'll be all better when you wake up.
Sounds good. Whispers betwixt stars and night. Alright, well, rest we will. Aww. Uh-oh. Okay, there's darkness. Spooky darkness. Huh? Where am I? There's a thick fog covering my field of vision. This feels more real than a dream, but too chilling to be real life. My breath freezes in my throat before I can even exhale it. It feels like my soul has been wrenched from my body and thrust into this strange and unfamiliar space. Whichever direction I look in, there's no end in sight. And worse than that, I think there's something in the fog, following me like a shadow. Ominous. This looks like the place where we fight that guy inside the whale. If you know what I mean. But that place has a lot more glowing light and stuff in the sky. This is just foggy. If this is a dream, how long until I wake up? And if it's not, then where in the world am I? Uh-oh. No, that looks bad. What in the... Something just pierced through the fog and stabbed me in the back. But there's no blood. Then hopefully it's a dream, right? Right, Ether? There's a strange light coming from the wound. And I see this familiar-looking spike retreating back into the darkness. Deep inside, it feels like a part of me is missing. And now another wave of fatigue is washing over me. Okay, this definitely seems more like on the dark spirit or curse side of the spectrum of illnesses. Oh my gosh, it's like something's wearing away at Ether's soul.
Traveler! Traveler!
Hi, Paimon.
Rise and shine! Time to wake up! For once, you're making Paimon look like an early riser. It's already afternoon. Hopefully all that sleep did you some good. Feeling any better?
Paimon, I need you to check if there's a cut on my back.
A cut? What? Did you scratch yourself in your sleep? All right, let Paimon take a look.
Right, well, hopefully nobody can... nobody can hurt you in a dream, right?
Nope, nothing there. Wait, did you have a nightmare?
See, nobody can, hurt you in a dream. Right? Is that what we're gathering here?
Okay, don't panic. Paimon heard that dreams tell us what we need by showing us the opposite. So, if you had a nightmare, maybe all you need is something to cheer you up. Come on, Paimon will treat you to something yummy.
Oh, that sounds great, Paimon. Oh, that's the sound of us going into a domain. You and Paimon head to Wanmin restaurant. Sensing that something isn't right, Paimon orders a bunch of dishes to cheer you up. Aww. That's awesome.
So, in this dream, you were trapped in a weird place with thick fog everywhere, and then a spike came out of nowhere and stabbed you in the back?
It's a pretty scary looking spike too. It like came out of a portal.
Okay, well, that's a new one.
I know, it's a
Are
very
you sure it was a dream?
oddly
'Cause
specific
the way you describe
dream.
it sounds like you were really there. But then again, you woke up right where you went to bed. And you were definitely in a deep sleep this morning.
I don't know what to make of it either. Maybe it was just a very lifelike dream.
Then it's decided. Paimon will stay up and watch over you tonight. If anyone tries to mess with you, Paimon will beat him up.
Oh, thank you, Paimon. You're so sweet.
Or, wake you up first and then we can beat him up together.
Okay. Paimon's smile has a way of putting me at ease. But what I saw is still bothering me. That dream was so chilling, and it almost feels like there's something watching me from some corner of the world even now. Something stabbed me in my dream, but when I woke up, there was no wound. Still, if I focus on that area, I feel vague aching, almost as if deep underneath the flesh, something is...
Something is missing?
Can you read minds? What's going on?
Did you just say something?
What, you heard that too?
The flesh remains whole, but the soul is incomplete. Left unresolved, the mind will wither away along with it.
Oh my gosh, she's here!
Ah! What the? Wait! Paimon remembers you. You're Child's master. Skirk?
Skirk.
Right. What are you doing here?
Yeah. I never... Like, before this, I never thought we'd actually meet Skirk in Teyvat. I mean, she talked last time about how somebody like her really has no reason to hang out here most of the time.
The last time we saw you was at the Primordial Sea in Fontaine, right? But then we left and never learned where you went after that. Child's been looking everywhere for you, by the way.
Yeah.
What brings you to Wanmin Restaurant of all
You
places?
guys barely got
came here
to
looking
have
for
a
us?
reunion, and he ended
Were
up
you the
getting
one behind that
thrown
hocus pocus just now?
by one hand, by the way. Thrown by you into the portal back. And now you're suddenly here having lunch with us. This is so crazy.
Tell me, what is it that you saw?
Okay. Well, tell
Tight-lipped,
her.
huh? I suppose that's fair.
What? Well, weren't you reading our mind earlier?
You. I'll take a glass of wine.
Hmm? Oh, of course. Coming right up. We make this one in-house. It's not too strong. Enjoy.
Thank you, Chef Mao.
Chef Mao, I'll take a grilled tigerfish over here.
Coming right up. Ah, if I knew we'd be this busy, I wouldn't have approved Shenhe's vacation.
At the end of the day, what happens to you is of little consequence to me. I'm not here to try and win you over. Trust me or not, the choice is yours.
Okay. Then what are you doing here?
If you want my help, now's the time to speak up. You have until I finish my drink.
Well, what do you know about this situation?
I was investigating an abyssal disturbance in the area and happened to notice you. Part of your soul is damaged, and the wound bears traces of abyssal corrosion. Need I say more?
Maybe you should say more, but I'm getting... The diagnosis from you is, bleak, is kind of the gist of what I just got from that.
Neither of those things sound good.
Yeah. Skirk seems to know something, and given what I've seen of her strength, I bet she can tell me what happened to me. I don't know what her goal is, but in this moment at least, I don't think she has bad intentions.
Well, should we trust her?
Yeah, sure. Well, what do you think, Paimon?
She mentioned an abyssal disturbance. Maybe that has something to do with what's going on with you. But we could always find a different expert on the abyss to help us out.
Well, not on short notice.
Yeah, and that thing she said about your soul being damaged is scaring, Paimon.
I know, it's scaring
Definitely
me
something we should
too.
fix sooner rather than later.
You definitely don't want your soul to be damaged.
Skirk's an interesting one, that's for sure. But from what Child's told us, she doesn't seem evil, at least.
No, we trust Child, and Child trusts you, so we trust you.
1, 2, 7, 10. That'll do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, have you made up your mind?
Okay. What I saw was a dark space shrouded in a dense fog that wouldn't disperse. You gave Skirk a brief description of your dream.
So that's all we know, Miss Skirk. Ma'am, can you help us?
So, you couldn't disperse the fog.
No, we could not.
I understand. Come find me in the Guili Plains when you're done here. Oh, and I left cash for the drink on the table. Settle the bill for me, will you?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Huh? She disappeared.
She disappeared. Like she walked away, or she vanished in thin air, disappeared.
Wait, hold on. You overpaid. Here's your change.
Oh, no. This includes the drink, so it should be the right amount.
I didn't think you two ordered a drink.
No, we didn't.
It was that
we
lady who
we
came
had
and sat
somebody
with
else
us,
with
remember?
us.
You brought it out to her yourself.
You sure? I could have sworn there were only 2 of you at that
Okay.
table.
This is weird.
What?
What?
What'd you put in their dish, Chef Mao? Some kind of hallucinogenic mushroom? You got them seeing things.
Well, I highly doubt we're the ones seeing things, but...
Seeing things? Wait, so neither of you noticed her? Young lady? About this tall? Wearing a purple dress? She ordered a glass of wine.
Oh, Now you mention it, that vaguely rings a bell. And it looks like I did open the wine jar,
Yeah.
so...
At the end of the day,
it must
just
have
take
just
our
slipped
word
my
for it and
mind.
take the
In
money.
any case,
so
that settles your
we
bill.
can go figure
Come
out
again
what's
soon.
wrong with our soul. We will. Thanks, Chef Mao. Check, please.
Coming!
Okay.
Okay, what was going on there? It's like they didn't remember Skirk being there at all.
Okay. They've hinted at this very heavily in the promotional material for Skirk. But it seems like, similarly to us, she's not from this world. If that's the case, then also similarly to us, there might be a thing about her not being recorded in the memories of this world. Like how we're not really recorded in the memories of Irminsul. Irminsul tracks all the memories of Teyvat, and we are not part of Irminsul, which has helped us out in the Sumeru Archon quest, Wanderer's Archon quest, the Lantern Rite this year. This has been an important detail. But the thing is, everybody still alive still remembers us normally. Clearly we haven't made an... Well, that's the thing, is like, my theorizing, are we like a black hole in Irminsul where like we're not there, but clearly we've made an impact on the world? So is it just like this void of nothingness that all you can sense are like the actions that we've done upon the world, and you just can't sense our existence? Either way, the people around us still remember us, but I'm wondering now if for someone like Skirk, someone who is not exactly a descender, as far as we know, but also not part of this world, per se, if she just doesn't register in the memories of anything in Teyvat. Except for Child. But Child met her not in Teyvat. He met her in the Abyss. Anyway, interesting
Even
stuff.
Paimon was half convinced we hallucinated the whole thing. But that Mora she left for us was definitely real. Oh, this whole situation is giving Paimon the creeps.
Honestly, me too.
Anyway, she told us to head to the Guili Plains, right? Let's not keep her waiting.
You know, the Guili Plains is a big place, so just saying the Guili Plains is kind of vague. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we need to know where in the Guili Plains. Alright, well, thankfully we know where in the Guili Plains. Alright, like I said, Skirk has kind of filled the niche for me with just flying around with Wanderer every now and then. And by now and then I mean all the time. But now I can do that with her mermaid mode. Oh, Abyss Wolves.
Whoa, what are all these Rift Hounds doing here? Huh, looks like they're collecting something.
Collecting something? I've never seen them act organized before.
Let's go check it out.
They always just look like they're trying to destroy things. Oh, okay. Alright, here's a real test of...
Paradigm shift. Fearless.
Well, okay, I don't know what makes her skill so short sometimes. But that was
Don't be
not
scared.
helping
Not now.
a ton. Okay, again.
Into the void. Extinguished.
Yeah, I don't... Look, there's still a learning curve here.
This is what they were collecting. It looks kind of like...
God remains? Wait, what do you mean God remains? Since when did we... Since when were God remains just lying around in the world, and since when did we know to recognize them on sight?
Yeah. What is going on here?
From the moment they are born, all beings with great power have an impact on this world. Even if their body is sundered and their soul extinguished, their influence remains.
Okay.
Gods are the most common example of that. The remnants of gods who fell thousands of years ago remain buried deep within the earth, carrying within them a warped will and a dark curse.
Like during the Archon War? I guess that makes sense why we're at the Guele Plains. I know this was an important site during the Archon War.
Together, these remnants form what you call God Remains. And it appears that some of those sealed here were dug up and removed. There are traces left, but they're fading fast. Ugh. What are you doing?
Nothing. Just wanted to make sure you were, real? She's definitely not a ghost traveler. Paimon poked her, and she's solid.
After you left the restaurant, the other diners acted like you were never there.
Your life hangs in the balance, and that's what you're fixated on?
Well...
Strange set of priorities.
Okay, true, but it's just really weird to us. Maybe it's not weird to you. It's kind of weird to us.
It was just a trick to avoid being perceived. If someone notices me, those memories are erased. Simple as that. Unlike you, I have no desire to establish a connection with the world. The weak and the lowly have no right to remember me. They're lucky they only have a few missing memories to show for it.
I see.
Now, can we please
so it's
get back on track?
intentional. Okay, then forget all the stuff I was saying earlier.
Okay. Where were we?
Yeah, where were we?
Right. The God Remains. So, basically, there's now less of them here than there used to be, right? Isn't that a good thing?
Well, it depends on the god whose remains they are.
In our experience, God Remains are 100% bad news.
That is
A lot
true.
of terrible things have happened because of them.
I know, like, think about, like, say, Kale's story. God Remains have... Yeah, God Remains have been... Or also, Yashiori Island. Like, let's just say God Remains have been pretty bad, for a lot of people.
Maybe it's a good thing by human standards, but power doesn't come from nothing, and it doesn't just disappear for no reason.
I see.
The remains aren't just gone. They were taken.
Like, part of my soul was taken?
Very clever, traveler. You aren't the only one who had something taken from you. There are victims like you everywhere. The only difference being, you can speak, and the remains cannot. So it went unnoticed. Something similar happened in
that's
Sumeru.
quite dark
Within the
if you
span
put
of
it that
one
way.
night, countless consecrated beasts were slaughtered, and a large amount of the god remains buried in the desert went missing.
Huh.
Of course, god remains are just one of the targets. The culprit is chipping away at sources of power all over this world, including the Stella Fortuna above.
Whoa, you can't just go around saying Stella Fortuna. The Stella Fortuna are the constellations you pull for, right? Is she the first character to actually reference the Stella Fortuna in the game? Cause so far we only know like that's what we pull for when we're trying to get like C1, C2, C6 like characters. Okay.
Wait, you mean the stars?
Mm-hmm. 42 of them have died out in the past few months alone.
Oh my gosh.
In Conria, people believed that powerful individuals have corresponding Stella Fortuna. Even should that individual fall, their Stella Fortuna would not disappear, but gradually evolve into a new constellation.
Okay, we're getting a huge lore drop here. Like I said, nobody's talked about, no character has actually consciously talked about Stella Fortuna. Gradually evolve into a new constellation.
Yet now, stars are disappearing from the skies entirely, and it's not hard to deduce what's happening to the power they contain.
Somebody's going around collecting really powerful but abstract powers. God remains, constellations. Powers that are not super tangible or accessible to the people of this world. Powers that really really break the rules that people in Teyvat are used to.
Something has been leeching power from this world, like a parasite steals nutrients from a host. And now, it's no longer satisfied with the remains of the dead. It wants you.
Oh my gosh. You know what I also just thought of? Last time we met Skirk, she was telling us how the Gnosis are the remains of the third descender. We have no idea who the third descender is, but clearly their remains are still extremely powerful, if they are what the Gnosis are made of, which are literally symbols of the gods' strength, although all the gods seem to still be pretty powerful without them. So I just noticed the Rift Wolf that she froze is still stuck back there. Anyway, so if the remains of the third descender are so powerful, I can see why somebody would go after the fourth descender.
This time, it only took a fragment of your soul. But next time, there's no telling how far it could go.
But why me? Well, because you're the fourth descender, Ether. We just answered.
No one knows. All I know for certain is this.
It
Getting back
has
what you
something to do
lost
with that.
will not be
It
easy.
probably, like, we still know so little about the player character, other than they appeared in the beginning being so powerful, and then they're just like this normal person walking around, but they can control multiple elements. But like, we don't even know where they came from or why or what actually happened 500 years ago.
Considering how much power this entity has stolen, it must be a god-level being by now at least. But that's not the real concern. Souls are fragile things, and yours could easily be crushed if you go up against it.
Okay, understood.
So you're gonna help us, right?
We're going to help each other. You are my ticket to uncovering this thing's true identity.
All right, mutually beneficial. I like it.
Well, great! You seem super strong, and you know a lot about the Abyss, so Paimon will take it.
Yeah, we're happy to learn from you. Thank you.
Don't get all mushy on me. All I'm doing is helping you get back to normal after a sudden crisis. And I should warn you, getting mixed up with me can have unforeseen consequences. We're on very different journeys. You don't want to be in my debt, trust me.
Okay.
You help me uncover the
will
truth
trust
behind this
you.
entity, and I'll help you recover what you lost. This is a transaction, that's all.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
You would do well to remember that.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna go into her portal.
Now, come along.
Where are you taking us?
Yeesh! You'd think she'd be a little friendlier since she's agreed to help us. But nope, she's just like when we met her in the primordial sea. So cold.
Well, it probably serves her well, living this very isolated life.
Well, whatever. If that's how it's gonna be, then she doesn't deserve our friendship.
Well,
What she does deserve is a super embarrassing nickname.
now hold on. She didn't. I don't think she doesn't deserve our friendship. I just think she wants to keep her distance because bad things will happen if we associate with her too much. Okay? She has boundaries. I think that's not the. But I also think she's not that interested in being our friend. That is true. But it's not that she doesn't deserve our friendship, is all I'm saying.
Ah, Paimon's got it. Frosty the Lavender Melon. Serves that ice queen right.
Sure. Aren't you the lavender melon, though, Paimon?
Anyway, the important thing is that we get
She's
that piece of your
recycling
soul
nicknames
back.
now.
So,
Oh my gosh.
let's
Okay.
follow her and see what sort of plan she's got.
Okay, we are just going to casually, like, can we go around this rift? Yeah, there's nothing on this side. It's only, oh, now I'm stuck. It's only on this side. What the?
That's more like it.
That was a boar. A boar did that to us. I can't believe it. We are just casually walking into this abyssal rift. Alright, here's this place. Where is this
Whoa.
place?
This place is way bigger than Paimon expected. Where are we?
Where are we?
This is where I live. I suppose it's the closest thing I have to a home here.
It seems more like somewhere in the abyss.
It is. I brought you here because time flows differently in this place. I don't know how much Ajax has told you, but when he fell into this space, I mentored him for 3 months. In that time, only 3 days passed in the outside world.
I see.
Ajax? Oh, right! That's Child's real name! Yeah, Paimon remembers him mentioning something like that.
I'm actually pretty sure he's never mentioned that, at least in any story quest or any story that we've been a part of. Maybe he mentioned it to Aether and Paimon off screen, which I assume he would have at some point. I guess how would Skirk have known only 3 days passed in the... I guess she can measure it. She can just go to the real world and kind of measure the time difference. Well, no, she can't, because all she knows is that, well, I'm sure there's some way to measure it without actively asking Child, because apparently he hasn't talked to her since he was a kid. And still hasn't.
A month here is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world? That should mean we're safe from that power-hungry soul snatcher for now,
I wouldn't say
right?
safe. I mean, what if they can come here?
Yes, well, I didn't bring you here just to show you around. In the outside world, the Traveler could be attacked at any moment. But coming here has bought us quite a bit of time.
I thought the Abyss would look way more empty, but this actually... But then again, I guess a lot of depictions of like an abyss or like an underworld, like it's not completely empty in there. So I gotta say, this looks pretty cool. It looks like you still have a sky here, which is interesting.
Now, we just need to figure out how to investigate that place you saw. The one full of fog. Both your description and the abyssal disturbance I felt point to that space having some connection to the abyss.
Alright,
It could even be a domain similar to this one. The thief who stole that fragment of your soul is hiding there. But the abyss is a chaotic and turbulent place. If we want to pinpoint their location, we need to see what that space looks like without the fog. Abyssal power can grant a special form of sight. Have you ever wielded abyssal power before?
No. Not that I'm aware of. That's so true. We've been a part of so much stuff. Like, not intentionally. No, or either no or not that I'm aware of. Like, not on purpose. I don't know. No.
Okay. Do you plan to learn?
What do you mean, do I plan to? I mean, up until now, there was no way for, there was nobody to teach me. Like, up until now, there was no method by which I would learn to use the power of the Abyss. So no, there was no plan to learn. I'm kind of at odds with the Abyss. Yeah, that too.
That tracks. All the information you have suggests the Abyss is something sinister. And that abyssal power is a wild and dangerous force that always spells disaster.
So far, yeah.
And you're saying that's not true?
Depends on your perspective. Floods and hurricanes take countless lives too. But if one day you gain the power to control them, what was once a calamity is now just another tool in your arsenal.
Spoken like somebody who wields true power. It's interesting how you look at her arms and legs, like... It's not as though those sparkles are like clothing she's wearing. Like it's like you're literally looking into the sky. You know, like with the stars. Like, do you know what I mean?
I'll respect your opinion, though. Just means we have to turn to the second best option.
What is
this? A
this?
little abyss crystal that contains my power. Wear it on your head, and we'll be able to perform dream mirroring when we fall asleep.
Oh, okay.
Dream mirroring?
So you'll be able to enter my dream, basically?
It means experiencing whatever the other person is dreaming. Everything they see, think, and feel.
I see. So we will also be able to enter your dream.
Since you haven't studied the art of using abyssal power, and have no plans to jump in the deep end right now...
Yeah.
I'll have to do the investigating.
That's right.
you.
Even if we were interested, I kind of doubt that we could learn it super fast.
With dream mirroring, every time you slip into a deep sleep, I'll see with my own eyes whatever scene plays out in your mind. Then, I can guide you through the dream environment, and we'll take back what was stolen from you.
Sounds like a plan.
Huh. You make it sound so simple.
So all I need to do is wait. Is there anything you need me to do? Yeah, sleep. Which clearly we're still kind of sick, so maybe we should get some sleep.
Tough to say. This is an unprecedented situation for both of us. Even assuming we do manage to find where this entity is hiding, like I said, getting your soul fragment back won't be easy. To play it safe, I need to give you some special training first.
Okay.
Wait, you're gonna teach him some of your martial arts? Does that mean the next time we see Child, we have to treat him like our senior?
I guess you're right.
Do as you want. For my part, I don't see you as my disciples.
Okay, yeah, this is just like a one-time seminar.
You're already a pretty good fighter. All I'm planning to do is build on your current skills and train you for the specific scenarios that I think we might face.
Yeah. As someone pointed out that her eyes look like it's like the nihility or nihility symbol from Honkai Star Rail, which is an interesting thought.
But that's enough talk. If you're ready to do this, then come with me.
Oh,
Time
where are
might
we
be
going?
more
I thought we're
lenient here,
already in
but
like
that's no
the
excuse to
safest
waste
place we
it.
could be.
Oh, she moves fast. Paimon can hardly keep up with her. So,
Fast is
special
good in this
training,
case.
huh?
Looks like,
Kind of a rare
you know,
opportunity.
imminent death and all that.
With your skills, there's not a lot of people qualified to train you. The last time something like this happened was probably anti-Raiden Shogun training, right? Oh, feels like
You're
a lifetime
right.
ago.
You know what's crazy? I don't think that actually helped me that much. I just died a lot to that. Okay, in hindsight, it probably did help.
Skirk seems pretty strong too, though. Remember how she said that the all-devouring narwhal was just her master's pet?
I know, right? And look how powerful the
Maybe we
narwhal
really
is.
will learn
Anyway,
something here.
she's probably waiting for us, so we better move. Sinister undercurrent. Begin the first. Oh, okay, first round. This is such a cool animation. All right. Oh, we are definitely in a training. This area is so cool. We get to go back here after, or like we really not supposed to be hanging out in the abyss too much. Otherwise, I totally should.
Ready?
Bring it on!
Your training will be split into 3 stages. Testing your blade work, elemental abilities, and reasoning skills.
Okay.
We'll start with blade work. You're no rookie in this area, so I won't bore you with the basics. During your long journey, you've no doubt sparred with a lot of talented sword fighters. Consciously or not, you will have picked up all kinds of techniques from them.
You bet. There's Kaya, Master Jean, Kuching. Oh, and Kazuha, Ayaka. Yeah, we've met sword masters like you in every nation we've been through. You sparred with a bunch of them too, right? Nice to know it's all gonna come in handy now.
Yeah.
Don't get too smug. In sword fighting, techniques alone are not enough. You need a cohesive system to bring it all together. A style or school of fighting. To use the human body as an analogy, your style is your skeleton, the foundation, the framework. Techniques are the muscles and other flesh attached to the bones. This is where your strength comes from.
I see.
Improving your sword fighting is like growing that body. If your frame got bigger and taller, but you didn't add any muscle mass, you'd be weak and flimsy. Then again, if you packed on pounds of flesh without a big enough frame to support it, you'd end up bloated and unwieldy.
What a good analogy. Okay, I understand.
You need to do some introspection. Take a good, hard look at your past experiences and figure out which parts of what you've learned are just techniques, and which parts can be used to form your own system of blade work. Only then will you get the full utility out of all your thoughts and observations along the way. Only then will every strike you deliver make perfect sense.
Wait, is that it?
Well, is that it? That sounds like a lot to master, Paimon.
Paimon thought you were gonna teach him some cool new moves. Like when you went swoosh and opened a tunnel to another place.
Well, she's telling us something very powerful, which is that if we want to get stronger, we already know everything we need to know, and we just need to harness it better.
One day, You'll reach a new level of power where you realize that even that's as basic a trick as any other. But right now, our sword styles are so wildly different that teaching you mere techniques is pointless. There are no shortcuts in the pursuit of power. Failure is your best teacher, and rigor is your coursework.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have to say. Time to make a start. Train until you're satisfied with yourself. Now focus.
So do we...
Destroy the crystal columns as swiftly as you can.
Within 15 seconds. Okay. Well, where are they? Uh-oh. Good? Good? Do we do it? Uh-oh. 900. Are you serious? Wait, are you actually serious? I don't think she's being serious.
This is making Paimon's head spin. Hang in there, traveler!
For the sake of the quest, I don't think she's being serious. I know she said something about having to swing her sword 3 million times in penance, but I don't think the devs would make us actually do 900 columns, right? Oh my gosh, I think they might actually make us do 900 columns. Okay, there we go. There's like, that's what I thought. We'd eventually. Okay, there we go. I'm in the zone. Limitless power is surging through me. Charge AoE has been increased. Apparently not enough to hit that crystal. Good job! Okay. Okay, we have, what, bigger AoE? Do we actually? Okay, we're making good time. Especially if they're going in a circle like this. Good, 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 good.
Stay calm. Use your head. You have to keep it together.
Alright, I'm trying to do it as intended with only the sword and not with any elemental skills because she said there's a separate test for that. Of course, gameplay-wise, this is actually more about sprinting than it is about the sword work. Can I aim the traveler the right way to hit every crystal? And like not waste moves like this, like what I'm doing right now. Oh my gosh, I don't know how I'd do this if I was playing like on the computer version. This is why like, the tablet gives me so much like maneuverability that I simply don't know how to do without. Okay. We're more than halfway through with more than half the time left. This is good. That was not good. These are some cool training crystals you have. You know, they also seem like they're a similar style to the crystal that we saw pierce us in the dream. Is all I want to say. Go, Ether! You did it! Good job. Oh, he's using a different sword here. Amazing. This is transforming my whole view of sword work. I'm using the same techniques as ever, but now they're having different effects. It's as if I've unlocked a hidden door in my mind, and there's a wellspring of strength on the other side. In my mind's eye, I'm seeing images of the friends I've made in Tevat. Theirs are the sword styles and techniques I have come to know.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Cut to the chase.
It's all our friends!
Consider a moment of true mastery that you've witnessed in another person, and ask yourself, what lies beneath the surface? What's their guiding philosophy? What's their state of mind as they maneuver their weapon? Now take that and practice it right away with speed, skill, and strength, over and over, until your hand is one with your mind. This is the only path to true growth.
Step on up. Dance with the waves.
Kazuha, I see an eternity go by in an instant, the autumns of many years from a single leaf. Thus I shall slice this maple in a flash and ask a question of the ages. My sword style, my journey. Yeah! Oh my gosh, you're doing so good, Ether! He's learning so much. Oh my gosh, Paimon's reading that novel, the one, I can't remember. It's one of the ones from the Iridori Festival.
If you start to tire, empty your mind, but do not stop. Stay in that frame of mind as you keep up the fight. Get rid of all redundant movements.
I know,
Imagine
right?
your sword
Like my
is an
excessive
extension of
sprinting
your
in
own
the wrong
body.
direction.
Wield it just as you wield your arms, hands, and fingers.
'Twas on a deserted moonlit night that the hero approached the vile dragon's limpid lair. Ring cutter! Feathers fleeting wet, the white heron treads water, a sight without flaw. Master of Inazuma Kamisato art Tachijutsu.
Wow! Look at all the techniques we've picked up over the years. Years, literal years. With each slash of my blade, I feel my strength increasing. I don't know if my weapon can contain all this power. I'm in the zone. Limitless power is surging through me. Oh my gosh. Yeah! In one fell swoop. You slash and swipe till you've exhausted every ounce of your energy.
Huh. Looks like you've made some real progress. That concludes your training session.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank you, Master Skirk.
Awesome! Paimon knew you could do it!
How do you feel?
Exhausted. I'm fighting to keep my eyes open.
As you should be. Time flies when you're training hard. You've actually been going for several days now with no rest.
Wow, really? I can't actually imagine doing something like that for several days, but clearly the traveler can.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Paimon's had a whole bunch of naps. But you were so focused.
Looks like you got
she
some
didn't want to interrupt
progress reading that light novel, too.
Go get some sleep. I'll be doing the same very soon. Let's hope you see that foggy place in your dream, so I can get this investigation over and done with.
Sounds good. Thank you for letting us sleep. I guess we have to go and wear the thingy. Okay, why do we need to walk through a portal? Can we not just walk between the camp and the training ground? Oh, it's a nice cozy fire. I guess you kind of don't think about a campground or a nice homey location in a place as dark as the Abyss, but in truth, with nothing to really disturb you in this place, I guess this is actually a very peaceful and relaxing place to rest. Yeah, you have to put that on or else it won't, the sleeping won't work, or at least Skirk won't be able to help us. Alright, well, good night, Ether. What do we have here? Oh, this is different than last time. What is this place? Have I been pulled back into that place again? But Skirk said the dream mirroring would kick in when I fall asleep. So why am I back here? This actually looks like a different place, either. No, on closer inspection, this isn't the same dream as last time. Yeah. It's dark and gloomy, but there isn't that chilling fog that made my hair stand on end. Hold on. If dream mirroring is a two-way process, maybe I'm seeing inside her mind while she's exploring mine? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If this is her inner world, it's pretty bleak. I can occasionally make out the sound of a flowing stream, But other than that, it's so empty. Oh, hello. What's that? What a strange-looking creature. Where did it come from? I think it wants me to follow it. Might as well see where it leads. You're so cute. Oh, hello. Where are you taking me? You look like a little Sealy, but not. There's light.
Skirk, why are you skipping classes again? We've talked about this.
'Cause he's a crabby old man, and he's a boring old man. I don't like going to his classes.
Excuse me. You shouldn't talk about your teacher like that. It's very disrespectful.
All right, let's not get into a big fight about this. Skirk's learned what she needs. There's no point forcing her to sit through more classes if she doesn't want to be there. But I'd still love to hear about what you got up to yesterday. Why don't you tell your dad all about it?
I went diving, and I saw this huge fish. I never knew they could get that big. It looked kind of dumb, though, with that stupid big fat head. I tried to shake its fin, but it just spat water at me.
Spat water at you while you were in the water?
Oh, and today, I'm gonna go to that prairie up north. There's supposed to be this giant bird there that can spit fire. I bet if I climbed on its back, it could fly me all the way to the stars.
Stars?
Then I suppose your old dad should get one as a pet too. Otherwise, how are you gonna hear me call you for dinner up there in the stars?
When it's time to eat, I'll come back on my own, Zilly. Anyway, gotta go. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad.
Bye.
Wait! Put on a coat at least. You'll catch a cold. I'm talking to you, young lady. You spoil that child, you know. Ever since that merchant ship arrived, she practically lives outside. Always going on about exploring the beyond one day, whatever that means.
Let the kid do what makes her happy. Besides, we both know you're all bark and no bite. Come on, our little adventurer is gonna be hungry when she gets back. Let's get started on dinner.
Huh. That seems like a happy... Okay, happy memory. I'm out? Okay. The weather's wonderful today.
The stars shimmer high above. But what lies beyond the stars? Mountains as far as the eye can see? An endless snowy plain? Or maybe buildings taller than the sky, like the people from the merchant ship said.
Like skyscrapers? That's interesting.
Can't be
We
the
don't have
only
anything
one
like that
asking
into
these
that.
questions.
As
The
we know.
universe is fascinating. If only I could meet some other people like me. We could set sail together and explore every corner of the world. I'm sick of being a kid. There's so many amazing things out there, and I'm ready to see them all.
Yeah. Oh, I know what that's like too.
But for now, I'm starving. Better get back.
Okay. Still a happy memory. Huh? What's over there? Uh-oh, okay. Something's going on? Uh-oh.
Don't let a single one of them get away!
No, please, spare the children! Stay back!
They're coming! Run!
Who's coming?
Eliminate the threat. Take them down.
Oh my gosh.
Don't be scared.
This way!
We'll never make it!
Are they just attacking people indiscriminately?
There's fire everywhere. What happened?
I told you we shouldn't have trusted these outsiders!
Why are you doing this? What did we do to deserve this? We welcomed you with our finest food and drink, showed you the best our home has to offer, gifted you cloth dyed by our own hands. And this is how you treat us?
Run! Save yourselves!
Captain,
terrible.
Zone 3 is clear and we have Zone 2 surrounded.
Begin extermination. Remember the orders from upper command. No one is to be left alive.
Rest assured, sir. We have enough munitions to annihilate these savages and burn their entire civilization to the ground.
Good. The only ones who put up a real fight are that man and his wife, correct? What's their status?
We shot the man in the ankles and the wife broke her wrist attempting to fight back. They won't be doing much more fighting. They're holed up in their home for now, but they won't last long.
Gosh, that's awful.
To prevent them from making some kind of last stand, we're planning to clear out the other zones first so we can send a bigger squadron to surround them.
Oh my god, what kind of threat do you think these two people are to you?
Well, well. Turns out some of these beasts do know how to use their claws. Now the threat these savages pose will be undeniable. Let them cling to what's left of their lives for a little longer. Once the other zones
Who
are cleared...
are these people? I mean, these attackers. It smells like something's burning. What's going on?
Dad? Mom? Skirk, you're all right? Thank heavens.
I'm so happy to see you, sweet girl. But you need to go. It isn't safe here. They'll be back any second.
What happened? You're bleeding a lot. Dad? Mom?
This is the place. Alert all units. Prepare to surround.
Run, Skirk! Run as far away as you can! Don't trust anyone! Your dad and I, we're not afraid to stare death in the face, but we need you to survive. My clever girl, so curious. You're already so brave. I know you're going to grow up to be such a positive light in this world.
Whenever you miss us, just play this song. Remember, life is a gift. Don't let darkness claim it.
Don't let darkness claim it.
Break down the door! Look what we have here. A savage that can pluck a tune. Well, the show's over.
What exactly... I guess we're missing so much context here. What exactly makes you think this civilization is so, I guess, savage compared to yours?
You! Stop singing! Shut it! I said shut it or I'll make you! Fine. Have it your way!
Oh my gosh. That was actually really stressful to watch. What was that? He's singing a song. Dispelling lonely fears. Now I wait.
Oh, you're awake?
Yeah, that woke me up. Not your singing. Actually, your singing probably helped us fall asleep. However, the nightmare kind of woke us up.
I found a few clues while you were asleep, but it's only a start. Now, time for the second stage of your training. This time, the focus is elemental energy. Come find me when you're ready to begin.
Huh. She's so different than she was in that dream. guess that's what a life of hardship and tragedy does to a person.
Man, staying in the abyss feels so surreal, don't you think? No day and no night. It's like time hardly exists.
Yeah.
If we weren't careful to keep track, it feels like we'd have no idea how long we've even been here.
I guess it's like staying in a place like above the Arctic Circle or below the Antarctic Circle where it's day or night for a really long period of time, even weeks or months.
Well, except for the fact that Paimon still gets hungry like clockwork. You go do your
'cause
training.
Your body still has
Paimon's gonna grab a
circadian
bite.
rhythm, right? What do you have to eat? I guess we still have our backpack full of food. I'm ready to start.
The way I see it, the pursuit of power is divided into 3 stages.
Okay.
The first is mastering the use of standard weapons. Next is learning how to harness natural energy. And after that, you're free to challenge even higher dimensions. The natural energy of Teyvat is, of course, elemental energy. But that's not my area of expertise. I draw from a different source of power.
Right. The abyssal power. The 7 shifting serpent. We still don't actually know what that means, other than it's an art from Conria. That must mean...
Abyssal power, yes. Also known as the power of the Void Realm.
The Void Realm. Everything's coming together. This is why I started in Enkanomiya. We have the human realm, the light realm, and the void realm. The light realm is the elemental realm. The void realm is the abyss.
My master, Sertologi, is a true expert in that area. After all, he was one of the group of 5 that infamously stole the all-encompassing power of the abyss. An act for which the people of Conria gave them the epithet, the 5 Sinners.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about the 5 Sinners? I mean, because Dane was pretty tight-lipped about that.
The elemental energy of Teyvat, on the other hand, is derived from the power of the light realm. These 2 forms of energy exist in direct opposition to each other. Suffice to say, there's not much I can teach you this time.
But there's something familiar about the power you use. It almost seems related to cryo in some way.
A keen observation, traveler. Call it respecting local norms. The Abyss stands in direct conflict with the will of this world. So, to make my life easier, I disguise my power to make it appear cryo-like in nature.
I guess that makes sense. Although you also seem to have the ability to make people forget they even witnessed you. So, I mean... But hey, I guess that makes our life easier as the players, am I right?
It's a technique I learned from some Conrian ruins, known as the 7 Shifting Serpent. If you ever change your mind about delving into abyssal power, I can teach it to you.
True. I guess... What's the connection between Conria and serpents? The black serpents, the 7 shifting serpents. I guess this is what I mean. I feel like we're actually on the verge of going to some really cool places. Learning some really cool stuff. Stuff that like 5 years ago just felt like a dream or something off in the distance. Just think about how much of the world we've now explored. That once what felt like it was so far away feels so close now. I have the ability to purify abyssal power, true.
So I've heard. You seem to have a knack for removing abyssal power.
Right, so I think using abyssal power probably wouldn't, like, go too well with us.
But is purification really what's going on there? Like I said, power does not simply disappear.
True. Okay, you bring up a good point, which actually is kind of scary, so what are you trying to say?
Just thinking out loud. Let's focus on your elemental training.
Alright, so you
That's
are
what's
kind
gonna
of
help
just
us
like
if the
Dane,
situation
where
gets
you
tricky.
are really dodging the hard questions here. You've brought up an excellent point. What did happen to all the abyssal energy we've purified over the years?
True growth comes from adversity, but only if you make the choice to pick yourself up again every time you fall.
Yeah.
So, it's time to push yourself to the limit, and then keep pushing. This is the only way to advance at pace. Use the power of Animo to clear the field as fast as you can.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna let us switch between the powers on a whim? On the fly? Nobody lets us do that normally. Alright, well in the end it just ended up being my sword anyway. I'm not seeming to make good use of the torches here. We seem to mainly want to focus on the electro slime. Okay, there we go. There's the torch, kind of. Good. Alright, next.
Observe your surroundings. Look for things you can use to tilt the scales of success in your favor.
So, like, what happened if we didn't actually light the torches? Would those already be pre-lit for us? Oh yeah, these torches are being lit for us. Good to know. Goodbye. No, don't stand on the torch. That's a terrible idea, Ethan. It's like we haven't learned anything over all these years. There we go. We have learned something. I miss using the animal power. You train in the elemental powers one by one, ending with Hydro. Okay.
Use the power of Hydro to destroy the spikes.
They should have. What happens if we did this quest and we didn't actually unlock all of the elements?
Faster. Don't
like,
give
I
them
know
a
you had
chance
to
to
have
strike
at least finished
You need
the
to be
Fontaine
quicker than you
Archon
were in
quest
your
to get
dream.
this.
You can't afford another injury like
I'm
that.
sorry, I know, I agree. Anyway, well, there's a chance, a really weird chance a person did not bother getting the powers from the other statues of the 7. I guess then this would be the first time somebody's using the Hydro power.
Go!
This one up here. Oh!
Water jet!
I'm sorry. The cooldown on the skill is too high, otherwise we totally had that. I'm just saying. No.
Go!
Don't you dare. This one I can just hit. No. I got this, I swear! There you go. I got even more than 12. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I can assure you these ones probably hurt even more than the one that hurt our soul. I mean, it hurts physically, I mean. Look, I can't even use the power right now because it's on cooldown. We have 20 seconds to do a lot here.
Go!
Good. Is that it? Is that all we need to do? Oh my gosh. Along my journey, I've gained the ability to use the elements of different lands, but I've never trained them all at once like this. And you know what? I wonder why. The thing is, in the game, they make the player go to the different statues of the 7 to get the different powers. But I wonder, like, in the lore, like, say for example, in the fight against Child that we just did earlier, Aether uses Animal and Geo in the cutscenes. And there's been other scenes, like, I think the 4th anniversary animated short, he uses, like, all the elements, too. So clearly, in the lore, the Traveler can just switch between the elements. So then, in this case, I do wonder why you haven't used them all at once like this.
You need to understand what makes you special.
That's true, we can use all the elements.
The ability to wield elemental energy without a vision and switch between the elements at will. It means your aspirations need no approval from the gods. Your power is not bound by the rules of this world.
That is true.
So be bold. Do not be afraid to chart your own path.
Graceful as the wind, tough as stone, nimble as lightning, flourishing like foliage. I can feel the power of the elements flowing through me, sometimes as peaceful as a flowing stream, other times surging like a raging river. If I close my eyes, I can almost hear their voices, but it's not like some wild beast battling me for dominion. It's more like saying hello to an old friend. Whoa!
Very good.
Oh my gosh!
Seems you've reached a deeper level of connection with the elements.
I wish the Traveler could actually do that, like, in-game. That was awesome! How long has it been this time? I'm exhausted.
Long enough for you to lose yourself in your training, which is a good sign. Relentless practice with the elements has drained all your strength, but it's also what allowed you to make progress.
Okay, here's another good point. We're not technically in Tevat. We're not in the elemental realm. We're in the abyss. Wouldn't using the elements sort of be in contrast to kind of be against the nature of the abyss? Like, I'm just assuming something bad would happen if you tried to use elemental power here, but clearly not.
Get some rest. When you wake up, we'll proceed to the final stage of your training.
Okay.
If you wish to master the elements at a fundamental level, you must see the entire natural world. Nature in all its places and forms. That is part of what it means to be a traveler.
Interesting. Interesting perspective. Notice Paimon wasn't with us that entire time, pretty much. And Paimon is still sleeping there. This place again. Did you bring me here? Who are you? No response. The strange creature just floated away. What is this thing? And what is it doing in Skirk's inner world? And where is it taking me this time? It seems like Skirk had a happy life. But then these invaders came and destroyed everything.
What is the secret to power?
Oh, okay. Now we are with Sertologi, who is a very distinctive dark shadow.
Longing. Hatred. Self-preservation. No. It is fear. The fear of losing those you love. The fear of watching your home burn. Fear of loneliness. Fear of death.
Oh my gosh, this song.
Fear is the source of evolution. It forces humanity to adapt to their environment and overcome hardship. It is in the process of prevailing over our fears that we surpassed first ourselves and then the rest of the world. That fear is now part of you. It calls on you to evolve. And it is time to answer.
Ow, it hurts. Daddy, Mommy. Where's Skirk?
Any minute spent missing home is a minute wasted. Practice your sword work instead. Do not make me tell you twice.
But, Master, I can barely lift the sword anymore. If I keep going, I feel like my wrist is going to break.
So it has not broken yet. Then pick up your sword and keep practicing until it breaks. I want to hear the cracking and splintering of bone.
Okay, that actually that sounds counterproductive, but okay.
After all, bones can always be reset.
Maybe for you. I mean, I'm just thinking normal people. No, they can't. If you break a bone, it will never be as strong as it once was. I'm just saying. I can't breathe. But it does seem like, for Sertologi and Skirk, everything's gone black. there seems to be no physical constraints on the
Good
body.
Skirk. Once again, you survived. How do you feel?
Cold and pain.
These are signs that you are adapting to the abyss. Each time the flesh is torn and the spirit crushed, each time you claw back from the brink of death, you become stronger. I now understand why these people sought to destroy your homeland. Your potential goes beyond even what I could have anticipated. But you still have much to learn in your pursuit of strength. Your mind is rife with distractions. From now on, I shall show no mercy in your training.
You're very strict teacher.
You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak, and become master over your physical form. Get up, Skirk. Wipe the blood off your face. Cut away the rotten parts of your flesh, and mend what is broken. Then take up your sword.
Like, I would say this kind of training is too harsh, but clearly, like I said, the physical constraints of the rest of us clearly do not apply to Sirtology and Skirk, considering all you have to do is cut away the rotting parts of your flesh and mend yourself. Or, as Skirk said in her character story, she can just grow her arms back. Okay.
Yes, Master.
But I mean, like, yeah, this is the part where you see her childhood innocence is being stripped away. She's learned that the world is a harsh and cruel place. And while her master is being very strict, the truth is, it seems that she lives in a world where others would take her down mercilessly without a second thought. So to have a master who's going to be merciless, but to make you stronger, is a small blessing in this kind of situation, I suppose. But it's still hard to watch. Like I said, there's clearly people in the world that would bring harm to her. And so a master that is extremely harsh but pushing you to become stronger for yourself. I mean, clearly she is still practicing what she has been taught by him, and taught what she learned from him to her own disciple. So, but yeah, all of that stems from the tragedy of her own life. I guess the story kind of gets to me in the same way, like, say, Wanderer's story gets to me. You watch somebody who was so innocent and altruistic and had wonderful dreams and hopes for the world, wanting to believe the best in people and bring kindness to others. And as they grow up, they have to become hardened and cold, and this facade of strength and power to just survive, like a shell outside of that inner soul. But more importantly, like that part, like that harshness and coldness is now also a part of them too. And it's just a part of, I compare Skirk with Wanderer because it's just that case of that, the things that you've done and the person you've become is also as much a part of you as the person you used to be. And maybe that person doesn't get to exist in the world anymore. But yeah. Anyway, that's probably a lot of talking considering that this story might actually break my heart even further. But I guess that's just me trying to reconcile with what I'm witnessing, because otherwise it just seems really sad. And you have to remember that this is just how character development goes, which is sometimes, I guess, just losing that innocence to the world doesn't change a person to the point that they're like evil. It just changes them into being who they need to be. Is the case in both of those stories I've referenced. Okay, enough of that. We have one more stage of training to go. I have so many questions about Skirk's past. Where does she come from? What has she been through?
You're up! Hopefully you got some good rest.
No.
Skirk said to tell you that she's ready to start the final stage of your training whenever you are.
I'm surprised Skirk hasn't made, Paimon do some training too. I get, clearly we're not trying to help Paimon get a better sleep here. But I would have thought she'd be like, okay, you can do, an easier version of what I'm making the Traveler do.
So, want to head over now? Or did you want to wait a little?
I really want answers. But right now it's vital that I complete my training. Yeah, I have a feeling you'll have a chance to get your answers soon. Once that's done, I'll find a chance to talk to her. So then, are these places really so far away we need to use a portal to get between them? Can we just... I mean, yes, for us, the player, it would be so annoying to have to walk between the different places. But, in the lore, does it really make sense to be using a portal to travel such short distances?
From your training so far, you have gained a better command of the sword, and more control over your elemental abilities.
Thank you. It's all thanks to your guidance.
That's only part of it. Experience is the real teacher. Your journey, the friends you have made, the dangers you have faced. These have taught you more than I ever could.
Yes.
Now, it's time to focus on how you react under pressure.
Okay.
You must be able to think rationally, even in unpredictable combat situations. To simulate this, I'm going to attack, and you're going to block.
Okay.
Ready?
Oh my gosh, we're actually sparring? Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Okay. Ready? I'm ready. Give me your worst. Maybe don't...
Not bad.
Don't go
that
saying...
defensive stance looks near
Don't go
impossible.
saying silly things like I'm on fire.
Just like your sister. That reminds me.
No?
You still don't know what happened to her.
I don't know what happened to her. What, are you gonna drop a bombshell of lore, or are you just gonna not answer that question again? Oh. I see, you were trying to distract us. Well, it worked, let me tell you.
Hey, no fair! That's cheating!
It's actually not cheating. That is exactly what she's testing us on right now.
You think every opponent has the same moral code as you? You can denounce their deplorable methods all you want. But only if you live to tell the tale. The dead don't get to complain. Strong emotions will always arise in combat. Anxiety, anger, fear. But a true warrior is never at their whim. Only when you are free from the influence of emotion can you make the right choice, no matter the situation.
Are you describing yourself?
How amusing. Almost sounds like you think you know me.
It almost sounds like you haven't considered the fact that I can look into your memories if you're looking into my dreams.
But you don't. You can choose your own path. We are not the same.
Okay, well, that's fair enough.
Let's begin. Try to use reason over emotion. Make the most rational and advantageous decision in any given moment.
Okay, is this gonna require me as the player having to do this? Because, let me tell you, with 8 years of Splatoon under my belt, I can safely tell you I will not make the rational and advantageous decision in the heat of battle.
This is your final training session. Look alive.
But if you're asking the Traveler to do it, I'm sure he can.
Same drill
Oh
as
no,
before,
you are
but
asking
this
me to do
time
it.
I'm
Okay.
going to interfere. Hold your focus.
Well, thankfully for the game, it's gonna have a helpful red circle there that lasts a few seconds after. Okay. Like I said. Thankfully the game actually is putting a highlight there. Okay. No, I didn't want to use that healing. In fact, why are you offering me healing? No real situation has health particles on the ground. Like, that is so... Like, when we're just casually exploring, that just never happens. Okay. Let's see. I know things are hitting me, but you know what? We can just take a few extra hits. Okay. Multiple spikes will aim and fire in 8 seconds. Fantastic. I'm so glad to hear that. Uh-oh. Did we get them? Any of them? Did I hit any of them? Uh-oh. No. We're not gonna do silly things in front of Master Skirk as if we haven't learned anything. Uh-oh. No. We didn't hit any of them. Oh my gosh. Well, let's just pretend Master Skirk didn't see any of that. Okay. Oh, spikes. We still need to destroy spikes. Okay.
Not bad. Better than I expected.
Really? That was better than you expected? Your expectations must be really low. It's not easy to control my emotions. The battle is overwhelming, but if I can just focus all of my attention on what my opponent is doing and how I should respond, it's almost like my emotions take a backseat.
You're getting the hang of it.
And that's another thing, really, is not suppressing your emotions, but in the heat of the moment, being able to not let your emotions cause your irrationality. I mean, that's the thing, is I think you see a lot of other, I guess, more negative kind of training in games and in real life, kind of trying to focus on suppressing emotions. Suppressing emotions never really works, but finding ways to be in touch with your emotions and understand them is really how you learn to manage it. If you're in a peaceful situation, then just really taking that time to be mindful and thoughtful of your emotions. Not suppressing them, but trying to sort through them and understand them. That's helpful. But also in these sort of under pressure, heat of the moment, like in this game, it's sword fighting and physical fighting, but just think about, like, I don't know, public speaking or an exam. Not letting the pressure get to you. The pressure will lead to, exactly, anxiety, fear, anger, hopelessness, and just finding ways to not suppress them, but not let them control your ability to survive in the moment under pressure. I think Skirk is actually teaching us some really helpful things here.
The first step to controlling your emotions is controlling your mind. You want a unified train of thought. It all comes down to focus.
Focus on the battle. I think it's working. I can choose to tune out anything that isn't relevant to the battle. But I think I'm still pretty far from having full control over my emotions.
Your mind is rife with distractions. From now on, I shall show no mercy in your training. You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak and become master over your physical
Now,
form.
see, this is the sort of negative thinking I'm thinking of. Shutting out emotion, crushing weakness, that kind of talk is actually, once again, I feel that's another example that's of a teaching that's counterproductive. But we were also talking about how counterproductive it is to break your limbs in the effort of trying to learn how to fight. But that doesn't apply to these guys who can just regrow their limbs. So maybe I'm missing something from the picture here. What I would say, though, is that Skirk's teaching seems to be a lot more balanced. Let's just say Skirk seems to have a lot more of a neutral approach. She's able to seek out that strength and power and become that cold and ruthless person who is able to wield their power without a second thought. But Sertology definitely seems kind of like an angry person, not going to lie. Skirk went through this kind of training too, didn't she? How merciless does the training have to be to make someone substitute all emotion for pure reason? I know, right?
Stop. Let's pause here. One look, and I can tell your mind has wandered.
Okay, well, look. We have a lot of questions.
That's to be expected. There's a limit to how long a human being can concentrate on one thing. Staying calm and focused sounds simple in theory, but in practice, it's more demanding than sword work or elemental abilities.
Like I said, she seems to be a lot more understanding than her own master. Skirk is right. Now that I've stopped, all the emotions I was suppressing are rushing back to the surface. Pain, exhaustion, frustration, doubt. But exhaustion is the main one. I feel like I could fall asleep on the spot.
Get some rest. No point training further if you're already dead on your feet. Like I said at the beginning, the only goal of this training is for you to reach a point that you're satisfied with.
Yeah. I guess that's, once again, that's the difference between us and Skirk, which is Skirk is trying to train herself limitlessly, but her intentions are not to push us to do the same thing. So thus her teaching is going to be a more lenient version of what she was taught.
You managed to push past your limits, which is a good start. You can be proud of that and sleep well knowing that you've earned it.
And she's encouraging too. And encouragement is not weakness either. Encouragement and validation are part of the process too. So thank you. Oh my gosh, a treasure chest for me? You shouldn't have 5 whole Primo Gems to add to the stash when we actually ended up using 0 from my Primo Gem stash to pull for her yesterday. Because
Warriors will train day and night to perfect their skills. But when the battle comes, their fate may be decided in a matter of minutes.
Or even seconds.
One mistake, one moment of hesitation. And just like that, all their blood, sweat, and tears were for nothing. You need to push yourself to perfection, or you might not even live to regret it.
I see. This portal is cool. Yeah, I guess I answered my own question, which is like, why can't we walk between the places? But I'm sure people would be annoyed if they had to walk between the places. Okay. So then what scene will we see from Skirk's memories this time? I mean, I'm assuming she's never done this before, so she might not realize that we can see her memories. As a matter of fact, she might not even know that these are the kinds of things she tends to dream about. Looks like I'm back in Skirk's inner world. I don't see that strange creature this time, but I think I can navigate this space on my own now, even without it here to guide me. I don't know how to leave, so I'm stuck here until I wake up. Can't hurt to take a look around while I wait. I like that. I like us thinking about being asleep and dreaming as us waiting to wake up. That's quite something. Who are you guys?
Skirk is amazing. She faced down that terrifying giant and cut its head clean off.
Steadfast disciple of who?
Oh, she got hurt though, didn't she? I heard it was pretty bad.
Yeah, well, that's a given. But the moment she was on the mend, she got right back to practicing her sword work. I heard Master suffered a grave injury once too. Lost an arm and a leg and still came back stronger than ever. Skirk's becoming more like him by the day.
You guys are also disciples of Sertology.
Incredible. I wonder if I'll ever reach their level. They're always so resolute, so unshakable.
You guys do not sound as cold and relentless as Skirk or Sertology. Like that training hasn't broken you yet.
Pathetic. You're not even trying. You're so much weaker than you think.
Skirk, have you become a positive light in this world? Do you even remember how many of us perished in that fire? How many bodies were left to rot on the scorched earth? Yet you alone live on.
It's the survivor's guilt. But you know that's not what those people probably would say, right?
Keep your gaze fixed on your blade. You don't deserve to rest.
I have so many questions. I just want to jump in a spaceship, explore the whole universe, and get answers from the stars. I just need to wait till I'm grown up. Then I can do anything.
Now, you must bid farewell to who you were in the past and become someone stronger.
Run, Skirk, run! Only death awaits us here. Keep running, and don't ever look back.
Well...
Let's see here. First things first,
Alice.
you need a new identity.
Alright, well, whenever somebody meets Alice, I think they are in good hands, even if just for a little while.
Going around telling people you're from somewhere beyond the stars won't do, now will it? How about saying you hail from beneath the earth instead?
Yeah, I think that sounds equally weird, actually.
As the Conrian saying goes, venturing out into the universe and down into the abyss are the same in that both are braving the dark unknown.
Like Ad Astra Abyssosk? To the stars and to the abyss? You know what? Okay. There's a lot going on.
I'm a visitor on this planet, so I'll follow the rules.
Ah, splendid. That saves me quite a bit of trouble. Let me offer you a piece of advice in return, although it might not be what you want to hear.
Uh-oh, okay.
I know the pursuit of strength is important to you, but taking a moment for yourself every once in a while is never a bad idea.
Oh, okay. That's good. See, this is what I mean. Everything seems so dark and gloomy, but as soon as Alice enters the picture, everything seems alright. Because Alice is this we don't know much about her, but she just seems to be this all-powerful figure. And yet you know that she takes care of everyone like a mother. I mean, she is Klee's mother, and she lets us go on all these wonderful adventures every summer. And she just makes sure everybody's having a good time. And like I said, she's probably even in this short conversation, she's taking care of Skirk in a way that nobody probably has since her parents died, since her village was destroyed. And I think that's something she needs to hear from somebody whose words Skirk will actually value.
Ignore her existence for too long, and there will come a day when you can no longer hear her voice.
Yeah. Don't forget. Don't forget who you are. Oh, food! Oh my gosh! There's food! Skirk! Huh? The dream is over. I can hear the crackling of a fire in the distance, and there's a fragrant aroma in the air. Mmm, grilled meat.
You're awake!
Oh, hi!
You must be starving, right? Ta-da! A barbecue feast just for you.
Awesome, I am a little hungry. Yeah, I'm starving. Alright, well, since we've finished our training, beyond wanting to ask the uncomfortable questions about Skirk's past, considering that it's literally information that has been fed to our brain, I would like to ask about an update about the foggy place and the dreams and the things that apparently pierced our soul and are trying to steal our soul or whatever.
Of course you are. That's why Skirk and Paimon got this all ready for you. Dig in before it gets cold.
You two. So you're best friends now?
Ah, well, if you're around someone long enough, it's bound to happen. Plus, Skirk can cook. So, Paimon decided she can forgive the whole Ice Queen thing. Paimon's not one to hold a grudge.
See? She can be your friend. I'm actually surprised. Like, Skirk seems like somebody... That's the thing, is Skirk actually seems, compared to her master, for the brief amount we know about him, like, she's actually a well sort of balanced person in that she knows to be cold and emotionless most of the time, but she's not gonna be mean to Paimon and actually can get along with Paimon, which is a good sign. And maybe also taking Alice's words to heart too. Take care of yourself a little bit. Maybe learn to suppress your emotion, but not forever. But also knowing she has to suppress her emotion to train the way she does for as long as she has, as long as she continues to. Anyway, this is a good picture here. Smug Paimon and normal amounts smug. She's not really that smug. Normal expression Skirk.
Here's an idea. Let's save the chit-chat until after the meal.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. We have lots to chit-chat about, though, but you were right. You all dig in and make quick work of the food.
So full.
Oh my gosh, it must be so good.
Okay, it's Paimon's turn to sleep now. Wake her up when it's time to go.
Okay. Alright, well, we have lots to chat about. I don't intend to go back to sleep. Okay.
I have good news.
Okay. Good news is good news.
First, your training is complete. You have what it takes to wield immense power.
Awesome.
Now it's just a matter of putting it into practice. Continue to learn from your journey and hone your skills against formidable opponents. Second, I've located the culprit we've been searching for.
Oh, thank goodness.
You
I
just
was
need to
worried
retrieve
about
the
that.
missing part of your soul, and our business will be concluded.
Thank you. That was a lot faster than I expected.
When Ajax trained with me, he once told me he was bursting with questions. So I allowed him to ask me 3 of them before he left.
Yeah?
You and
We
I
saw
may
those
never
3
meet
in the
again,
video.
traveler. So if there's anything you want to ask me, now's your opportunity. Just like Ajax, I'll answer 3 of your questions.
Well, you know, I think fate would probably have it that this is not the last time we're gonna meet. But you're right, it could be the last time we meet. Alright, 3 questions. After spending time in Skirk's inner world and witnessing her memories, there's so many questions I could ask. But the most important one is, are you really from Tevat? That's your question? You don't have to phrase it like that. She's clearly not from Teyvat. The better question is, if you're not from Teyvat, where are you from? But, okay.
Okay, not the angle I was expecting. What makes you ask that?
Well, you see, this little device you gave us to wear on our head. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but while we were dream mirroring, I think I saw your memories. Would this normally be voiced by the Traveler? This is the first time I've seen Skirk break her composure. I guess this really took her by surprise.
I knew that was a possible side effect. Closed off my mind to you for that exact reason.
Well, it clearly didn't work.
Even with the dream mirroring, you should have seen nothing but endless darkness.
Well, it was mostly endless darkness, but... So Skirk didn't share those memories with me on purpose. And in fact, she tried her best to keep them from me. Wait, speaking of endless darkness, on my first time there, that was all I saw. Until that strange creature appeared.
Whatever. Must have been a flaw in my execution. I shouldn't be too surprised. Due to some recent circumstances, my self-control has been lacking as of late.
Maybe that creature was her inner self. Just think about Farina spending 500 years as an actress who could never let anybody know that she was just acting. Whose acting had to be so good, people truly thought she was a god when she was an ordinary human. And when she finally had the chance to tell the Traveler, someone, anyone in this world, the Traveler being the only person where maybe there would be no consequence. Maybe. In the end, her will never broke, and she still didn't say anything. Or rather, she still wouldn't have said anything anyway. Just comparing with Skirk here. But I guess with Skirk it's different here, since our minds were literally linked. Even if you have that inner voice wanting to talk about it with someone, anyone, if you connect somebody's minds, perhaps there is no barrier to tell you not to do it. Because in the end, aren't we all longing? Longing for just someone, anyone, to be there with us, to understand all of the myriad of problems and help us through it in life.
Since you've seen what you've seen, there's no reason to hide the truth. All I ask is that you keep it a secret.
Okay, can do. At least it'll be a secret to the people of Teyvat. It's not going to be a secret to us, the community of players.
No, I'm not from Teyvat. I'm from a different planet. And there was a time when I journeyed through the stars. A lot like you in some ways.
Yeah. We've actually never heard stories about the Traveler journeying through the stars, other than being aware that they did it. Like me? Do you mean you're also a descender?
No, we're different in that respect. You're influencing the fate of this world. But me, I'm just passing through. Several hundred years ago, my master, Crystallina, opened the border between worlds and sent me here. But this is not my home. And one day, I'll return to the vast unknown of space. So, there you have it. On to your second question.
And I guess this brings up another question. Well, a whole bunch of questions. Crystallina didn't train you here in Teyvat. It sounds like Crystallina trained you while you guys were somewhere else in space, and then he brought you here. but Sirtology is from Conria. That brings up my next question. Is Conria part of Teyvat, or is it a different realm that is somehow connected to Teyvat, and people were able to travel between Conria and Teyvat? Or is it all part of Teyvat? In which case, Sirtology brought you to his home realm, although, albeit, it doesn't seem like he's necessarily on good terms with anybody here. Which might be why he sent you. Anyway, what's your next question, Ether? Gosh, I would have waited if I knew there'd be so much of the traveler talking. What is your goal in coming here?
To become stronger. For certain reasons, I need to bridge the power gap between me and my master as quickly as possible. But first, I need to understand the source of his strength.
Oh? And what makes you need to be his equal so exactly and so quickly? Are you guys at odds, or is there... Because obviously it's the goal of many students to reach the level of or surpass their master, but there's a sense of urgency here that you speak.
To do that, I need to follow in his footsteps, walk the path he once walked, and somewhere along the way, I'll find out how to defeat him.
Huh.
That is my sole focus and purpose.
You guys are at odds, okay.
Okay. You have one question remaining.
Well, you can explain why you need to become as strong as him, other than the general reason of a student becoming as strong as their master. But okay, I will consider that an answer. What's your last question, Ether? Skirk's goal is to defeat the Foul? I can hear how serious this is for her. I wonder what those certain reasons could be. I know, right? If we worded the question better, we could have gotten a double answer out of her, but... But given how quickly she blazed through that answer, I doubt she wants to talk about it. I have one question left. What should I ask?
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss.
That's right, and now we are just here with Master Skirk in the unknown abyss.
But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing.
Maybe I should take this opportunity to get Child some answers. That would be nice, but word your question carefully so we can get as much answer as possible.
Well, your last question?
You know Child is looking for you, right? Are you going to let him see you?
Ajax. His situation is different than yours. Before you ever crossed paths with me, you'd already encountered many formidable people, studied their techniques, and developed your own skill set. So, during your training, all I had to do was build upon that foundation. But Ajax was so young when he came to me. A complete blank canvas. Children can't help but imitate their role models. In the long run, that would only hinder his growth. Once Ajax has enough strength in his own right, I will allow us to meet again. Until then, let that motivate him to reach his full potential.
Alright. Well, he's already made it his goal in life to get stronger. In his own words, he's not really motivated by the Fatui's deceit and diplomacy. He is in the organization because he must get stronger. And he's always fighting people, always learning. Well, I hope he's always learning. And he's always looking for opportunities to improve his fighting skills and get stronger. So, I will go and tell him that he needs to do even more of that. And I don't even mean that sarcastically. I think let's just say I do think that he and Skirk will meet again. That was a calm and calculated answer. It's like she was talking about something entirely mundane. I don't know why, but I'm not buying it. She makes it sound like the decision has everything to do with Child and nothing to do with her. But what does she actually feel about it? The abyss is completely silent. This domain must get lonely after a while. Not to mention, she said it's been hundreds of years since she arrived in Tevat. And even longer than that if you account for how slowly the time passes in here. Yeah.
Unlike you, I have no desire to establish a connection with the world. The weak and the lowly have no right to remember me. They're lucky they only have a few missing memories to show for it.
In all that time, she's never established a connection with this world. Was it really just because she looks down on the weak? I doubt she'd give me a straight answer if I asked. Besides, I already used up my 3 questions. She was happy to give me cold, hard facts. But I still feel like I haven't heard her true voice.
Wake up your companion. It's time to go.
Alright. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, and everything I just told you. Best keep it a secret from her as well.
She's sucking on her finger. Alright, keep it a secret from Paimon as well. I mean, we can do that, but that's very specific, so... Okay. Thank you, by the way. Despite there being a little bit hazy answers.
Time to go. Oh, finally.
That was actually really informative.
Where are we headed?
All devouring.
Just follow me. I'll open an abyssal rift close to the culprit's location. It will take us to where he's hiding.
All devouring narwhal. I gotta heal up my team because apparently they are all dead. All devouring, all dead. It's been so long! Oh, a chasm. Interesting. Interesting. I mean...
merciless.
There's clearly a lot of things that happen in the chasm. We explored a lot of it. We found the nail. The nail went down. The nail broke a hole in... And then we went even further down into the chasm. But anyway, the nail has something to do with the heavenly principles. And we lost a friend, Zityung, the adventurer, somewhere down there too. There's a lot that happened here. And there's clearly some connection to Conria too.
This is near the chasm, right?
Because this is where we met up with Dane, and there is that fountain that gives the Conrians this respite of the pain of living so long with their mortal bodies. Okay.
Yes. If we enter from here, we'll be able to reach that place from your dream.
Okay.
You have some experience with abyssal domains by now, but still, this is someone else's territory.
Right. It's not
Just
your
proceed with
abyssal
caution.
domain.
Don't worry. Paimon's an expert at hiding behind other people for safety.
So true.
Oh, but, that means you need to stay safe, traveler.
I love when the game gets self-conscious like this. Let's teach this thief a lesson.
All right. Remember your training. Time to put it to use.
Yeah, let's not all forget it all before the test. All right, here we go. You know, usually when I enter the domain, it lets me pick my characters again, but... I see. It's given me only Skirk and the Traveler, and this is a level 90 Skirk. Wait, hold on. Oh, she has the sword! This sword looks so cool. I almost want to... Oh my gosh, there's particles coming off of it too? This is just such a powerful aesthetic. I love it. Oh, she has a good artifact set. Like, okay, what is... Like 80% crit rate. Sorry, this is awesome. I like this. A proper story domain where it's just us and the character we're with. Okay, does that mean I need to actually use the Traveler properly? Because we need to get some...
Paradigm shift.
Paradigm shift. Look at that damage! Okay, not that damage. I mean the 52,000 times a whole bunch of other times. Okay.
Merciless.
What? How come it ended so fast once again?
Into the void.
So using her burst seems just like way easier. But I would like to actually learn how to... Because her sword looks so cool.
Whoa! Look at all these spikes!
Uh-oh.
Careful!
Don't get hit. You were right.
You know what? Paimon's just gonna float behind you. Come on, you got this.
Merciless. Hey, what are you two doing here?
Oh my gosh, a talking abyss mage? We haven't seen one of those in literally since Mondstadt.
Abandoned house. Let's press on.
No, seriously, we have not met an abyss mage who talked to us since Mondstadt. We're getting better at this. Ah. Uh-oh. That is a lot of problems. Okay.
Oh, looks like this is a dead end. Did we make it to his hiding place?
This is it. This is the place we saw in the dream.
This fog is making it impossible to see anything.
I know, right?
This should be the place where you were attacked, Traveler.
It looks exactly like it,
the
yes.
missing part of your soul should be nearby. Can you sense where it is?
Can you? If I close my eyes and focus on the light that came from my wound back then, yes, I can sense something and it is nearby. But I can't tell the exact location. Well, it's good that they're still here and they didn't just take our soul and run off with it. Nothing exact, but I know it's nearby.
Our opponent must have covered his tracks just in case.
She changed to her other dress.
Otherwise, you should have sensed it much more strongly.
Uh-oh.
Hold on! Look! The spikes are back!
That's a lot more spikes than we saw in the original dream.
Stay calm. Let's hold back a little. Give our enemy some wiggle room so we can see what we're dealing with. If you're too reckless, we might be playing right into his hands. Our enemy took part of your soul for a reason. It's likely he integrated it into his attack somehow. If we're smart about this, we can track it down.
Okay. Evade the spikes. Okay, well, I'm sorry, Master. I've clearly failed you there. Okay, that did not work. Do we fail? Oh, okay. That's always on the trailer. That's a lot of spikes. Ah.
From the start, the attacks have been focused on me. Trying to break through my defenses? I see.
Why do they focus on Skirk if we want our soul? Oh, Skirk! She was hit. What is her power being drained? Oh, Ether! Good work with the... What the... Alright, well, I guess that's what you do when you can just heal yourself. Is that it? Oh my gosh, you saved our soul!
There.
Thank you, Skirk.
I got it back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We definitely needed our soul back.
Traveler! Skirk!
Did you notice that wasn't a pre-rendered cutscene? Like, that was like them moving the models around. This game is getting more powerful with every passing year.
What happened? It looked like Skirk just got...
Stabbed? Impaled? Yeah.
In the Gwali Plains, you asked me why this enemy chose you as his target.
She's wearing a different dress again. This is the dress she was wearing when she met us in the Primordial Sea.
Now, the answer is clear. It's not just the fact that your strength is impressive. It's also because of your ability to, as you put it, purify abyssal power.
Huh.
Whatever that actually means. The fact is, that ability allowed him to do something that should have been completely impossible. Namely, break through my defenses and steal my power.
Oh, so we wanted our power to get through the abyssal power, and since Skirk uses abyssal power, basically to get to Skirk. You were his real target? He was after you from the very beginning?
No. He couldn't have known I'd come to his domain. He only stole your soul fragment because he knew the value of its power.
Okay.
I doubt he expected it to come in handy so soon. Call it fate if you want. I believe that's the term they use in this world for arbitrary coincidences like this.
Arbitrary coincidences, huh?
In any case, it works to our advantage. Once I realized what he was using that power for, it gave me the chance to get back what you lost.
But you...
I'll cope. Well, done gorging? Good.
Yeah, apparently
Time
you
to
can
answer some
grow
questions.
your limbs back, and apparently you live in the abyss, so I assume you can just get more abyssal power back, right? Anyway, some questions. Yeah.
How did you get the power of the all-devouring narwhal?
The all-devouring narwhal? Oh, of course! Paimon knew that spike thing looked familiar. It looks just like that narwhal's horn!
Yeah, where did you put the all-devouring narwhal? At the end, she literally made it into like a little black hole and tossed it through the portal along with Child, who had been fighting the narwhal. In fact, one of the questions he asked her, the 3 questions, was why did she train him? She said it's because he awakened it, I assume the narwhal, and that he would have a great battle ahead in the future. And he did! And he fought pretty valiantly, I must say, because I think we would all be dead if he hadn't fought the whale for months and months, and then we just came at the end to finish it off. Except not really. We actually didn't finish it off. Neuvillette was about to finish off the whale, and then Skirk was like, alright, goodbye. Turned the whale into a black hole, tossed it somewhere. Now, where that somewhere is might be important to knowing how this person got its power now.
I highly doubt you acquired that power through your own strength. Tell me I'm wrong.
Also, who are you talking to?
You're desperate enough to scour the land for god
I
remains
mean,
and
like,
whatever
who is this
vestiges of
person
power
who
you
is
can
trying to
find.
steal our soul?
That alone proves you wouldn't be able to defeat a creature like that. Which leaves one possibility. You know my master, the Foul, Sertologi.
The Foul? Who dares call him foul?
What's wrong? Bit off more power than you can chew? You're struggling to hold a basic conversation.
Just a little longer. I'm still...
Like, who are you? Alright.
Look, it's back!
A lot more spikes. Dude, whoever you are you really wanting to expend all of your power right now, is all I'm saying.
Those obsessed with power will let it devour them before abandoning their pursuit.
So true. What should we do now?
Keep calm and use reason to decide the best course of action.
That's right. Follow your training. Skirk was stabbed by one of the spikes while retrieving the fragment of my soul, and in the process, some of her power was stolen. The culprit is hiding somewhere beyond the fog. I have a good understanding of his attack pattern from the fight just now. If we pursue him, our chance of winning are high. But Skirk's breathing is weaker than usual. If we attacked now, I can't guarantee her or Paimon's safety. It's a hard decision to make, but I think we should get out of here. Really? Okay, sure.
Wise decision.
Strategic
Final victory doesn't always
retreat.
come after a single battle.
There we go. Okay, she
You've
agrees.
got your soul fragment back, so we both got what we came for. Let the enemy draw a breath while he can. It won't be for long. Get us out of here, traveler. You'll need to lead the way this time.
Me? Okay. Oh, okay. We literally can't pick Skirk. Okay. Escape the collapsing abyss.
Okay?
The wound is minor. It'll heal in no time. You should focus on getting out of here alive instead.
Okay.
Uh-oh! Falling spikes! Run!
Oh no! Falling spikes that leave a circle that tell us exactly where they're gonna be. I'm gonna my gosh, there's so many hilly trails here. That was not the way to go. Okay. That was solid ground. You gotta hand it to me. You telling me this block here wasn't solid ground? Or are you saying I fell through the tiny gap between that block and the purple path? There's sometimes I do silly things in this game, but there's just some times where the game is silly. I don't know what to tell you.
So, this guy's power has something to do with the all-devouring narwhal. Did you know that all along, Skirk?
Did you? Yeah, let's distract.
My suspicions. That's why I decided to investigate.
Let's distract from.
But suspicions only get you so far. I needed to verify it for myself.
Thank you for distracting from my horrible gameplay once again. I can't wait to be doing more of this with you.
Phew. Oh, we should be safe here, right?
I no longer sense his presence. Can't have followed us out of that abyssal domain.
So she has like 3 outfits. What is like the significance of that in the story?
Weaklings like him will find that my power is not so easily controlled. He won't be leaving that place until he's managed to digest it.
Okay, what does digest it mean in this circumstance? The all-devouring narwhal. With its power, he even managed to steal from you of all people.
You seem surprised.
Yeah?
I suppose that's fair. You've seen but a fraction of what that whale is capable of. That gaping maw could swallow a planet whole.
Wow.
It's called the all-devouring narwhal for a reason. Devouring is what it does best. It can extract power from anything, dead or alive, as long as it manages to make physical contact.
Yeah. When we had our run-in with that thing, Neverlet mentioned that it has an instinct to devour.
Your dragon friend recognized the nature of its abilities and used the power of Hydro to protect you. That worked because it was in a satiated state, so it was somewhat less aggressive than usual.
So it was super full. If it was super hungry, it'd be even more mad, is what you're saying. Which is honestly relatable.
It's a different story when it has no more power to feed off of. That's when its true voracious nature kicks in. It could devour everything on the planet in that state, which is why I cast it into that void space.
Okay.
But I hadn't counted on there being anyone left on this planet capable of wielding its power. To me, that says he must have encountered the whale a long time ago. Meaning, he must have known my master.
Yeah, hearing you say the fowl definitely got a reaction out of him.
Exactly. It told me everything I needed to know. Hence why I said we both got what we came for.
Great. Just to let you know, I'm still invested to see how this ends.
And I believe that brings our transaction to an end. Now that you're whole again, you can get back to your own journey. I'll handle the rest of this situation myself.
No way! We can't leave now! Something was stolen from you because of us! We have to help you get it back!
Yeah. Explained in the transactional nature terms that you just talked.
This isn't my first taste of failure or losing power. When you fall, you get back up again and become stronger. That's how it is.
But what if that monster finds you before you're all better?
Yeah, plus we really want to know how this ends.
Plus, how are you gonna get home? It's not like you can just go swoosh and open a door to the abyss again. Not without your full strength. So, sticking with us for the time being doesn't sound so bad, does it?
It's not out of pity. You said I don't want to be in your debt. Well, I still am.
Fair enough. Then take this.
Okay.
What is it?
What is it?
A bag of Mora. Nothing in this world is free. I know that much. I'll leave the planning to you.
Oh, thank
Hurry
you.
up and decide where to go. We shouldn't linger.
We should take Skirk somewhere she can rest. But where?
To Boo Boo Pharmacy?
Paimon gets the feeling Skirk wouldn't like being around a lot of people. Oh wait! Baishu said we could rest in the back room of the pharmacy, didn't he? Let's head there!
It's interesting seeing 2 Skirks wearing 2 different dresses. But I like it. She's still super fashionable even though she's so busy. Still, what is the meaning behind her different outfits? Like for Farina, her different outfits, like one is for her Numa and the other is for her Osea power. But also in the story, one of them was for when she was playing the Archon, and the other one is her getting to be herself. So, you know, she's wore all her different outfits in this story quest. Skirk, I mean.
Huh. This bag from Skirk has a ton of Mora in it. Does she have a job or something? Wait, no. After what we saw at Wamin Restaurant, that seems impossible. Can you imagine? It would go something like, I'll be collecting my paycheck now, boss. Oh, sure thing. Wait, who are you? Have we met?
I know, right?
Can't hold a job if you make everyone forget about you. So, what did she do to get all this Mora?
Claimed some buried treasure, took care of a few monsters that were causing trouble. Nothing untoward. It's safe to use.
Alright. Fair enough. We go and loot treasure from monsters all the time. And while we're usually doing it for the Primo Gems, there's a lot of Mora in that too, so I totally get it. Now, I just thought of something. Skirk is the first character to mention Stella Fortuna actually like in the lore, and its meaning in the lore. At some point, are we gonna hear about Primo Gems and Intertwined Fates and Acquaint Fates too, as like part of the lore? That's right, in the Star Odyssey animated short, Sertologi was saying he opened the door for Skirk to come to Tevat, that she was just a trespasser. But when she was going through the hole in the false sky, she emerged from this big swirling hurricane cloud, and everybody was like, oh my gosh, and she was a shooting star. It's like, oh my gosh, that's literally the Wish animation, right? The wishing? So that was also referenced in the lore as well. This is so crazy.
You heard all that?
We're in the same room, Paimon, you know.
A sonorous voice like yours is hard to miss. I wouldn't be surprised if the sound of it traveled to the nearest mountaintop.
Then, did you by chance happen to hear Paimon's little, joke earlier?
You mean when you called me Frosty the Lavender Melon?
That was through a portal you would have heard. But Paimon's whispering needs some work. I agree. Think about how many times, like, we have just been talking, and then I can't believe Paimon talking at full volume. Like when we were with Yoimiya breaking into the police station, and it's like, I can't believe you guys, with Yoimiya and Paimon, I can't believe nobody could hear them until Kujo-Sara did.
No, sorry. Paimon totally misspoke just now. She didn't say that at all. It was, a Paimon lookalike. Yeah, she's a piece of work, that one. Always impersonating Paimon and giving people weird nicknames. Okay, fine. The truth is, Paimon didn't like you all that much at the start. But things are different now. You helped the Traveler in a big way, so...
Yeah.
What do you say? Friends?
Well, clearly she wasn't trying to make a good impression at the beginning. But yeah, I definitely say that doesn't mean that she can't be your friend. After all, she already said that she respects us as an equal, right? She probably doesn't have a ton of friends. I'm trying to not make connections with this world and all that, but we're also not from this world. We don't know what Paimon's deal is, but we're also not from this world. So, friends?
Ugh. I noticed there was only one bed. Go ahead and get some rest.
Wait, what about you?
We can get sleeping bags. We have a teapot. Do you want to check out our teapot?
I don't get tired, and I don't need rest. I'm going to practice my sword work. That should help me regain some strength.
Okay.
But your shoulder... Hey, don't just leave! Whatever. Let her tire herself out. She'll come back eventually.
See? Paimon's learning. That's exactly how friends work. We just adapt to each other and learn what each other needs, right?
Let's get some sleep, Traveler. That comfy bed is calling. Paimon.
Alright. Skirk is stubborn. Even if I tried to convince her to take it easy, I doubt she'd listen. Paimon is right. Skirk will stop and take a break once she gets tired. I hope. I should just get some sleep. Alright, but now we're gonna start dreaming about that place again, right? Actually, no, we got our soul back, so unless... Okay, Skirk? Of course she's acting like she didn't just get stabbed in the shoulder. Huh, something seems off with her, though.
Quiet.
Who's she talking to? There's no one around. Unless...
Do you even remember how many of us perished in that fire? How many bodies were left to rot on the scorched earth? Yet you alone live on.
Remember... It's not like that's... It's not like those people would hold that against you.
Keep your gaze fixed on your blade. You don't deserve to rest.
Run, Skirk. Run! Only death awaits us here. Keep running, and don't ever look back.
Right. In that dream I witnessed, Skirk was training alone, but there were disembodied voices talking to her. One of them mentioned a fire. I wonder what happened exactly. If only she could just talk to us. Well, we brought her some tea. Or did she have her own tea? Did she bring herself tea?
Getting an early night's sleep is the best. That bed was so comfy. Wait, Skirk? Have you been sitting out here the whole night? The bed's all yours if you want it.
Recovered your strength yet?
About 60%. Maybe 70.
Whew! Paimon thought it would take at least a couple of days. That was fast.
No, not fast enough.
Well, you want to go back to your... We can find a way to open another portal to your abyssal realm, and then you have, what, like 30 days to get more rest?
That's 20% less than last time. Same training regimen, same intensity. Nothing felt different, but somehow the outcome fell short.
Her dress has changed again. Like, is her dress, does that correspond to how powerful she is at the time? Maybe it's because of the spike that stabbed you?
No. I think the problem's with me. I need to meditate for the next 2 days. Deep introspection should help me find the issue.
Ooh, sounds intense. We'll watch over you in the meantime, then.
Thanks. See you in 2 days.
Okay. 2 days it is. Well, it does look like this is a very peaceful spot to meditate. But I can't imagine that someone that's trained as long and arduously as Skirk, that the problem is 100% with her.
Skirk is still meditating, huh? It's been 2 days already. Shouldn't she be awake by now?
No idea. Maybe it's not going too well.
Paimon can't think of anything we can do to help. Oh, wait! Breakfast! That's it! Paimon will go get breakfast! Skirk is gonna be starving when she wakes up. Be right back.
Sounds good. Thank you, Paimon. Paimon always takes good care of her friends. Skirk looks so serene. Almost like she really is asleep. Your eyes widened. Why? Huh? You? You're in the real world now? You again? What are you doing here? Is it bringing us into Skirk's mind? This place feels familiar, but where am I exactly? Yeah, this place looks really cool. Where is this? There are towering cliffs, withered trees, and a strange river flowing from the horizon all the way here. But it's broken up several times along the way, with a waterfall at each breakpoint. On closer inspection, the color of the water is changing. The closer I get to the lower portion, the darker it becomes, almost as if... Did you bring me here? Then that must mean this is...
That's right. This is Skirk's inner world.
Oh,
Think of it as
you can
the
talk.
threshold between the soul and dreams.
So are you saying this is what this place looks like when it's not all darkness?
This isn't your first time here, but what you remember is probably a space covered in darkness. I only managed to illuminate a small portion for you back then.
So you can speak?
Actually, it's my first time talking to someone like this. I only managed to break free and bring you here because the injury weakened her power. I guess that's why I can speak again, too.
Oh my gosh. This must be her inner voice then. She spent all these years building a hardened shell around herself to survive Certology's training, to survive crossing a space, to survive all the battles she's been through, and in her pursuit of becoming even more powerful. But when that shell is broken, even just a little bit, maybe her inner voice gets to shine through a little, too.
Call it fate, if you want. I think that's the word they use in this world for lucky coincidences like this, right?
Lucky coincidences. Skirk almost said the exact same thing, but she didn't use the word lucky.
Now, before I take you to her, I gotta ask. You're the first outside visitor to ever come here, so what's your impression of this place?
Why are there... What is that river? Why are there so many cliffs and waterfalls?
Oh, you noticed. This river represents Skirk's strength. Strength accumulates over time. It is the summation of a person's lived experience. So this river is where all the fragments of Skirk's life should converge into a single stream of memories and emotions, flowing forward as one. But as you can see, this river has been severed numerous times. It's because Skirk doesn't like who she was in the past. When all she sees reflected in the river is a disgraceful shadow of who she was, she cuts through water and rock with the sword of reason, severs her connection with the past, and begins anew.
Wait, that reminds me of something.
You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak.
Yeah.
And become master over your physical form.
Sounds like Certology's toxic teachings.
This isn't my first taste of failure or losing power. When you fall,
But in a way, it
you
also
get back
has
up again and
benefited
become
her.
stronger. That's how it is.
In terms of the really hard situations she's been in. That kind of thinking has protected her. But perhaps it's also... I mean, that's the thing, right? I would really say that kind of thinking is actually extremely unhealthy and you shouldn't do it. But Skirk has just been in situations, fleeing for her life, spending hundreds of years training, like things that we don't go through. That mindset would have protected her through a lot of that. But in doing so also would make her shed her humanity a lot too. But she's still human in the end, right? She is still human, right? It was Certology who taught Skirk to replace all emotion with reason. And since then, it's been a constant process of abandoning, refuting, and erasing her past self. I suppose that's the secret to her strength. But it's such a sad thing to think about. What has she been through? Why does it have to be this way? I know, right? And that's what I love about this game, too. In so many ways, it's not black or white. The good or bad, good or evil. But on so many layers is it this way. I see a lot of stories where clearly evil is the bad guy saying, strength is all you care about. No kindness or emotions. Emotions just make you weak, and it's all strength and logic is the only way, and everything else makes you weak. And then the good side is, no, it's our strength. Our strength actually comes from our emotions and the bonds with our friends, and being kind to each other and doing good. But even that in its own way is also a black and white sort of way of looking at it. What I really love about this game is complex stories like Skirk's, like Wanderers, where it delves even deeper into that. Like, why do these mindsets persist? It's more than that surface level of altruism versus malice, or that secondary level of like the seeking of power versus the seeking of companionship. It's more so like, how does the story of one's life change the pursuit of power in either or any direction? Because she doesn't close off her mind to emotion and pursue reason only because she's been taught strength is the only way, and you'll only get stronger if you cut off all emotions, because emotions are chaotic and uncontrollable and make you weaker. Like, it's way more than that. It's, how is this mindset has been allowed to persist with her because this is what has kept her alive this whole time. Right? And what I just mean is, like, there's a depth to this story that's why it's so interesting to follow the lore. Sorry, I'm getting off on such a tangent here, but like, this is my space to do it. That's beyond what fascinates me about the Genshin Impact and the lore of Teyvat is beyond the complexity of the stories and the medium with which they're able to tell it. Stories across the land of Teyvat, like people we meet, powers we encounter, little art like scripts and remnants and architecture and things left behind by people. Like, beyond this huge canvas they have to tell this physical story of the world and the centuries that led up to it, is also the ability that they have to really deeply explore like difficult social concepts and difficult like psychological concepts. Like, the story beyond the, like, having the physical realm gives the space to tell these physical stories, but it also gives the space to really explore what makes us us. Like, us as individuals and us as a society. Albeit without having to involve real examples or real people. You have an entire world here to play with and really ask some of these difficult questions about who we are as people and why we make the choices that we do. We just being all of humanity. Okay, that's my tangent. But this is why I obsess over this, though, is because there's so many layers, and this game just gives them such a huge canvas to explore that with.
The answer to one mystery invites another question, I see. Let's follow the river upstream. There among the cliffs, among the memories etched into her heart, lies the truth of it all. Soon, you'll understand everything.
Okay. Touch? Oh, thank you. Similarly, these... I like having these conversations, though. Because... definitely, I don't want my gameplay to just be like, wow, this happened. Like, I want us to have... oh my gosh. I want us to be able to have these kinds of thoughtful conversations. Like, I want this to be a space for that. But also, this is why it's gonna take me 4 hours to do this. When it probably only would take 2.5. This looks like a coastline. Huh. I recognize the drawing on the sand. I know, right? That's the drawing Paimon made when we literally first started playing the game. Oh my gosh. It's so strange to be nostalgic for the beginning of the game because I want so desperately to feel like it was yesterday, but the truth is it doesn't. I wish it felt like yesterday, but when I think back at the beginning of the game, I just really think about myself as a person having changed over the last 5 years. And games like this have been the consistency through those last 5 years, but I'm glad I have that memory of playing at the beginning because I'm just such a different person now than I was then, but in many ways not. See, this is what I mean! This is the whole thing we've been talking about this whole time with the story, and now suddenly I'm applying it to myself. Okay. Wait, isn't that the picture I drew for Paimon? Why is it showing up in Skirk's memories?
I've always thought that, even when falling leaves don't come from the same tree, they can still form bonds of kinship when they meet.
So have you been following us the whole time? But yeah, perhaps as another outsider to this world, you know how we feel.
Like meteors, you both made a journey through the stars. Both travelers who have landed on a planet that is not your home. Yet, when she first noticed your presence, although she hesitated for a moment, she still chose to walk away, indifferent as ever.
Why? If I think about it, it's not surprising at all. After what happened at Wanmin Restaurant, it's obvious she prefers to disappear from other people's lives. She hasn't seen Child in years, either. I doubt she's ever made a connection with this world of her own volition. What I'm seeing now is a microcosm of her entire life.
Seems like you've answered your own question. Skirk sees herself as a trespasser in this world. She's made a conscious choice to avoid altering its path. But the reason for that decision stems from events much earlier on in her life. Let's keep going. It's still a long way to the source of the river.
This place, despite the fact that it's... what's the thing? Despite the fact that it's filled with these rifts, as if these are holes in her soul that she's tried to tear through. There's almost this, it's still a beautiful place. You see remnants of a place that once was beautiful, but it still is beautiful all the same. But the person whose life this is doesn't see it that way anymore.
You now have what it takes to wield immense power. From this day forth, I shall teach you no more. No one can become a worthy warrior through imitation alone. I have given you fangs and claws. Now, you must learn to hunt.
You wish me to travel the world beyond on my own, Master?
Indeed. Make new friends. Embark on your own journey. And piece together a new future from the shattered remnants of your past.
Huh. He said to make new friends.
We will still have contact through the abyss. But know this. One day, I will take the life you worked so hard to rebuild and reduce it to ashes. Just like the fire that haunts your mind.
That's a terrifying image and a terrifying prospect.
Why would you do that?
I have told you before. Fear is the catalyst for human evolution.
You know, in literal terms, I don't think that's true, but okay.
You have tasted loss. You have known fear so deep it can be felt in the bones.
Do you guys notice how Sirtology has like that black hole in his chest? That is A, just like the power Skirk used to throw the abyss into the void, and B, like the material you get from fighting the whale.
But as living beings, we all have an instinct to detach from that which harms us.
And C, the power the whale uses
thus,
to eat
pain
things.
dampens over time, and the acrid taste of fear becomes but a distant memory.
And for most people, that's good, because that's just the natural tendency to move on and continue doing things with your life.
Yet now, I have bestowed upon you the gift of fear eternal. It will drown you in the nightmare of your childhood, or it shall drive you to defeat me, whatever the cost.
That is, once again, okay, this is a cool image, but that is, once again, a terrifying prospect. That's why she needs to become equal or greater than her master. Because he has decided that... See, this is what I mean. It's not like she has to suppress her emotions and become strong just because that's what she was taught. She is literally running and being chased by fear because her master has basically threatened her in order to get her to become stronger. But also counterproductively, this is also preventing her from making new friends or going on an exciting journey, because she doesn't want him to be able to take that away from her until she defeats him. And then, if she defeats him, she'll finally be free to maybe live out that life. She'd finally have no consequence to living out that childhood dream of just exploring the world and learning about it. She wouldn't have a reason to shun friendships, and she could actually have friends. But she can't because she's literally being chased by fear and the very real threat that it will all be taken away from her. That figure next to Skirk looks familiar. Right! I saw that same figure during the battle against the all-devouring narwhal. I was wondering about that. They never ever addressed or explained who that person was. And then clearly when I saw them in the trailer here, I'm like, is that Sirtology or is that somebody else? But yeah.
That is what Skirk's master, the foul Sirtology, looked like at one point in time.
At one point in time, so he can change form?
Of course. As a higher being, physical form is a triviality to him.
That's kind of cool, actually.
He could appear as a beast, a human, or even a monster that defies description. The form you see him in here, clad in abyssal armor, is the one he usually wears when traveling through the stars.
I used to think Sertology and Skirk were just master and disciple, like Skirk and Child. Now I see why Skirk chose to distance herself from humanity. Sertology told her to put down roots here, while at the same time threatening to destroy whatever life she managed to create.
For certain reasons, I need to bridge the power gap between me and my master as quickly as possible. But first, I need to understand the source of his strength.
If she's able to defeat him, she finally gets to live a life. So this is what I mean, this story gets to me, because that's so depressing, actually.
To do that, I need to follow in his footsteps. Walk the path he once walked. And somewhere along the way, I'll find out how to defeat him. That is my sole focus and purpose.
And like the irony is, we don't know what Sertology is thinking with this. We don't know what kind of we don't know anything except what we've heard about him from Skirk, which is not much. So we don't know if he's doing this because he is truly just an awful person, or if he's doing this because he wants her to become stronger, and that's something he wants for her as his student. Which is extremely messed up, if so. Because this is just a terrible way to force somebody else to live. Is you can't live your life until you just destroy me. Because I will destroy everything you make of your life someday. Is a terrible way to force somebody else to live. And if the ultimate goal is to make her stronger. See, this is what I mean. Like, it bothers me. And then I have to compartmentalize and remember this is just a story. And it's a very unrealistic scenario. But at the same time, it opens the doors to all these conversations, right? So that's what she meant. But I still don't understand why Sertology would do that. From what he said, I didn't pick up on a conflict between them. Okay, so maybe they're actually going to answer this question and I won't have to speculate.
I'll let you in on a little secret. The real Sertology is terrifying.
Okay. Well, that's great to know. Thank you.
The scope of his power is impossible to understand until you experience it firsthand. It is absolute. The power to crush all things. Shall we keep going? Let's see. We're about halfway there.
Huh. We're only halfway there, okay. But yeah, as I was talking about this place before, like there's definitely some metaphorical meaning to take from the irony that this place is so beautiful. Skirk has tried to destroy and poke holes through it so many times, and yet somehow its beauty is never shattered. This must be Skirk when she was a kid.
We've made it quite a ways already. This is Skirk, when she first began training under Sertology.
I have set your broken wrist. Tomorrow, you're to train twice as hard. No tears this time. Good. Attempting to garner sympathy through tears is a habit of the weak. A pitiful, useless ploy.
It hurts my soul so much to hear people talking like that.
Can I ask a question, Master? Why did you save me? I keep thinking, maybe it would be better if I had died.
I wouldn't be haunted by that fire all the time. I wouldn't have to go on like this.
I saved you because I have a plan for you.
Oh, that's so dark, having his silhouette in the sword.
It has been too long since I fought a battle that demanded my full strength, and I hunger for it. Every so-called genius and prodigy I have faced has crumbled like sand underfoot. Before me, even fate bends the knee. So, I will teach you everything I know. Train you by whatever means necessary, in the hope that one day, you might surprise me.
But I don't want to draw my sword against you, Master.
What you want matters little. Among the boundless sea of stars, the cries of the weak are but faint murmurs that disappear into the void. You of all people know that well.
Yes, Master. From that day forward, all she knew was grueling training, emptiness, and fatigue.
Yeah, and it's just thinking about the fact that what Sirtology put her through was inhumanly difficult. But it's not like he did it for the purpose of torturing her or making her suffer. Although that might have, not saying that was not a byproduct that he was, I mean, that seems to be a byproduct he was completely comfortable with. But it's realizing that the easy way out would have been to let her die, or for her to have just given up and keeled over and said this was too much for her to handle. He pushed her to make her stronger, and it sounds like his reason was just so he'd have somebody that'd be a worthy opponent for him. Okay, so that's actually a pretty messed up reason, not gonna lie. And I would not say he necessarily did anything for her benefit. Yet. It's not like he was trying to, well, he did try to, basically was trying to hurt her. He's basically hurting her to make her stronger. I wouldn't say that's a good thing. But it's just such a gray area whether to call that malicious or not. Do you know what I'm having a really hard time describing that dynamic, really. He's 100% using her. But it's not as though he hasn't left her with things for herself. Strength and the ability to basically change her own fate. But then also threatening to take everything away until she finally becomes strong enough to be the challenge he wants. He's making it so she can't give up. But it's not necessarily that he doesn't want her to give up, so that she'll, like, for good reasons. It's so that, you know what? You know what? I think in the end, that's what makes complex stories so hard to talk about. But I think you guys try to get the gist of what I'm trying to describe here,
her
right?
talent bloomed, and she gained control over her emotions, like her master. How should I put it? It was not that human emotion disappeared from her heart, but that reason came to dictate all she was allowed to feel. I suppose it was at this point that she became the Skirk you know today.
So Sirtology saved Skirk from a disaster when she was a child, and never even tried to hide his ulterior motive. I suppose that leaves one final mystery. What really happened with the disaster back then? Sirtology's final words to Skirk were cold and cruel, but Skirk's reaction made it seem like it was a truth she knew all too well. I have a feeling it all comes back to what happened back then.
We're nearly there. I almost don't want to reach the end.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, shall we? This is the final stretch.
It's not sadistic. That's the word I'm trying to think of. Like, not malicious. Sortology is not sadistic in terms of like wanting to enjoying her pain or suffering. Rather, he just sees it as a necessary step in order to forge her into the person he wants her to be.
Aww. What a simple, carefree time it was. Wisps of clouds dotted the sky. The sun bathed everything in golden light. And when song filled the air, not even the shyest of flowers could resist swaying along. This is Skirk's homeland. She was so curious about everything as a child. Always skipping school to go exploring instead.
Wow. It's so interesting how her world is so similar to ours. Both Tevat and also our world as the players. I mean, we are always searching for signs that other life might exist in the universe. And that there might be other worlds, other planets out there similar to ours. With all these certain conditions. There's water, it's the right temperature, there's breathable atmosphere. It's hospitable to humans and most life in the general realm of living things. Like, not with any sort of extremities. But it's sort of interesting to see that reflected in this game. That we have Tevat, but yet when you look out into the universe, that there would be other planets that also have a blue sky, grass and clouds and mountains. I'm not, I know this is not the point we're trying to get at with this image here. It's because it's about Skirk, but the first thing that sticks out to me is her world looks just like Tevat. Like how Tevat looks like our world. And there's even birds in the sky. Do you see that in the clouds? There's actually birds there. The little details in this game. This is a cutscene in a limited story that, like, you'd see once and never again. But they animated silhouettes of little birds in the clouds that are white, so most people might not even notice them. Like, there's so many little details in this game, and it's clearly because they care so much about. It's just so cool.
There was so much to discover. The treasures at the bottom of the sea. The secrets beyond the stars. And that merchant ship packed with adults wearing those strange clothes. Yes, the ship. That was the beginning of the end. It was a spaceship. When it arrived, the people that disembarked wore smiles on their faces and spoke of friendship. They claimed to be merchants from a neighboring planet, looking to establish trade.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. This is the first mention we've seen of a spaceship here. I mean, just think about, okay, first of all, a spaceship was mentioned in the trailer pertaining to the Traveler and their sibling, which I'm excited to find out more about. But we saw Aether and Lumine come to Tevat as a pair of shooting stars. So we haven't really seen anything about a spaceship. Tevat has been a world that's been largely isolated, and we know that there's a false sky. Sorry, this whole time though, we're talking about Skirk's world. I thought they meant, you know, like a boat ship. But you were talking about aliens came and said that they came in peace.
Skirk's parents, her relatives, her neighbors, everyone welcomed the newcomers with open arms and allowed them to explore the planet.
Apparently they spoke a common language.
The visitors were guests and should be treated with hospitality. No one had any idea of what was to come. Several months later, an army of unknown origin arrived without warning and carried out a ruthless campaign to destroy everything and everyone on the planet.
Yeah. It's just... yeah.
Skirk had skipped school that day, like so many times before, so she was not caught in the immediate wave of destruction. But when she came home that day, only fire and ruin awaited her.
Do you notice she has like that fish fin on her back? Because in the cover art for the Star Odyssey like soundtrack, which I assume is a momentary screen grab from the animation, she also has like a fish fin on her back. So I didn't realize she was actually like a mermaid.
Countless people cried out to her for help. People she knew and loved. Friends and relatives. The little girl who lived next door. The shop owner with the bad leg. The bad-tempered teacher she had made fun of just that morning. Their lives were discarded like worthless trash as the fire consumed one life after another. Skirk was helpless. All she could do was run. And so she did. She kept running until an unexpected figure crossed her path. If Sertology hadn't been there in that moment, the fire would have claimed her life too. And there she would have remained, left to rot in the scorched earth, with no answer as to why any of this was happening.
So, why did those people destroy her homeland?
Because she and her people were seen as a threat.
A threat? Did they do something bad?
As the initial merchant ship explored the planet, they discovered that it hadn't always had the condition to support life. Yet there was evidence of human activity, even during the periods of extreme heat or cold in the past.
Okay, they're actually addressing what I was talking about earlier, about looking for planets that are similar to ours. But these people seem to be even more adaptable than we are.
Further research revealed that, over time, the people of this planet had evolved the ability to adapt to any type of environment or energy source. For that reason, the outsiders viewed them as a potential threat, and decided to eliminate them before the threat could rear its head. And so, the army was called, and the so-called danger was wiped from the face of the planet.
Just because of speculation? All those innocent people. I know that's terrible. They hadn't done anything. It seems like their civilization wasn't even at that point yet where they could. And yet they still killed them all anyway.
Senseless, isn't it? Deemed a threat because of a gift they didn't even know they had.
Yeah.
Perhaps it was their own innocence and kindness that doomed them. But in the end, that was lost to the blaze as well. If those with power get to decide good and evil, then all you can trust in is the sword in your hand. And so, before death could claim her, she ran. She ran and never stopped.
Now I see why Sertology's threat is such a terrifying prospect for her. And now I see why she distances herself from the world.
No one wants to relive their most painful moments. Well, that brings us to the end of the story. This is as far as we can go.
I see.
Skirk is waiting over there. For both of us. Let's go to her. It's time to fulfill my purpose. And my greatest wish over all these years.
Okay. Goodbye. Just gonna follow you. Skirk. It's us. Hello, Skirk.
So all this, just so you could bring him here.
I have things to say to you. Well, to me.
Yeah, so this creature is her inner voice.
I want someone to witness our reconciliation, even if it takes an argument to get there. And he is the best choice in this moment.
Actually, I think we're your only choice. Then you must be.
Her suppressed emotional self. The version of herself she keeps locked in the recesses of her mind. Stifled by reason. All those rejected impulses. Those discarded aspects of your past selves. They are a part of me now. I am who you used to be. Someone you have refused to face for too long. So, I came to face you instead.
You're wrong. I've faced you all along. And that's exactly why I keep you locked here. Your existence makes me weak. Moments of joy and longing are when we are most vulnerable. Don't forget, it was a penchant for goodness over reason that doomed our homeland in the first place. The vastness of the universe renders everything insignificant. Our feelings most of all.
That is pretty much nihilism yeah.
Even so, learning from the mistakes of the past doesn't have to mean erasing everything. Strip yourself of your so-called weaknesses, emotions like kindness and empathy, and what makes you any different from the ruthless soldiers who slaughtered our people?
The difference is that I'm doing what is right, what is necessary. I allow you to exist, but with limited freedom. That is the greatest kindness I can offer. I've shouldered everything you couldn't carry. I rose above the numbness and emptiness, and it was cold, unfeeling reason that brought me this far. It made me who I am. It made me strong.
Yeah. And like, in this situation, you can't even say that's necessarily wrong. Because indeed, she survived this long because of what? Why is her... Hold on, her arm is not mirrored. Like, she's not mirrored properly. The arm with the ribbon is the other side in the mirror, but it should be... Okay, never mind.
That is the problem. I want to shoulder those things together. On the grand scale of the entire universe, maybe our feelings are vanishingly small, but why should that mean they don't matter? Emotion gives warmth to the cold expanse of space. It gives meaning to the world around us. Think back to those nights of gazing at the stars, those afternoons of exploring the unknown. Think back and let them grant you peace. A brief respite from the pressure you put on yourself.
Yeah. But I guess the counter argument to that is she can't rest for a moment. Not when she's literally trying to outrun Sertologi's threat forever and ever. And only then can she really afford that peace for herself. But on the other side, if you don't take care of yourself, including that self you've kept locked away for all these years. But then counter to that, once again bringing in Farina's story, she did suppress that self. She cried out alone for long nights on end with nobody to shoulder her burden with. But in the end, she did what she had to, and she waited hundreds of years until she could finally be herself again. Thus, it's not in that regard, is it? Can Skirk really afford to feel her emotions right now? But she can't suppress them forever. Is knowing that there will be a day someday where she can be free from this cold, emotionless self she is, once she's finished her mission. This is one of the few times that's the thing about the story. This is what, usually I end up siding with the side that favors, taking care of your emotions and taking care of yourself, and against the side that is talking all about strength and getting rid of your emotions that make you weak, because I don't believe in that. I don't believe that's true. Especially for us in the real world, where time is limited and you don't have time in your life to be like Skirk. You don't have time in your life to suppress everything about who you are, to reject your feelings, to just live in this state where you can't forgive yourself forever and that you can't enjoy life. We don't have time to feel that way. But Skirk is in a different situation than the rest of us. She has seemingly infinite time, and that's infinite time she can spend running or getting done what she needs to get done so she can move on. So she can finally move on. And so this is one of the few times, I don't like to take sides necessarily, but this is one of the few times I'm not sure I really agree with her emotional self. Because A, she's immortal, and B, she's fighting for her life. And yes, it's a long time to spend suppressing your emotions in favor of reason, but this is fighting for a day when she can feel those emotions freely and without worry. I just want to say that before any sort of outcome.
That isn't what we need.
Any outcome happens here.
That's exactly what we need. Aren't you curious about why recovering your strength has taken longer than normal this time?
Finally, you get to the important part. That is the only answer I came here to find.
Then look around. Look at your inner world. You cast aside your dreams and curiosity, and in doing so, you lost your original motivation. You severed all connection to who you used to be, so you can no longer draw strength from your past.
But this side is also true. See, I don't want to keep stopping after like every conversation, every sentence the strange creature says, but this is seemingly what we've done for the past hour. This is once again the part that really fascinated me, and actually I felt like really forced me to relook at my worldview. Like literally my worldview after doing Wanderer's Archon quest in version of Genesis. This is a similar sort of case. With Skirk, she has essentially cut up her inner world in an effort to suppress emotion and things that she believes make her weak. But in doing so, she's almost lost herself to the point of forgetting who she was in the first place and why why she needs to get stronger. Because indeed, if she's not fighting for anything, then what is the point of outrunning Crystallina? Why not let him cut you down right now? Why not let him be disappointed in you, end your life and all your dreams, and then just be done with it? If you don't remember who you are in your core. Just like how Wanderer tried to erase his past self. Tried to destroy the tragedy of his past and also all the crimes he committed in the wake of that tragedy. In the end, his story was about the fact that you can't, no matter, even with the power to literally erase your past, you just can't be rid of it, because it is so fundamental to who you are. In a way, Wanderer is erasing of his past, and Skirk's suppression of her core memories and emotions. It's the same vein of thought. In that, for both of them, they thought that erasing, leaving behind everything that made them weaker would make them stronger. But in reality, you can't. It's such a core part of you. You never would have become the person you are today without your past. It might be full of horrible things. It might have been full of things that subjectively or even objectively brought you down. But without it, without your past, you truly are nothing. And in Wanderer's case, he couldn't stand being that empty anymore. Or rather, he realized he owed it to himself and everything that happened in his past. Some good, a lot of bad. Like, he had to witness those grievances again. And accept that this is just an unchangeable part of who he is. And without it, he wouldn't be himself. And I think if that's what the strange creature is, if that's what Skirk's inner voice is trying to say, then I do agree with that. Dreams and curiosity might seem like distractions to her right now. But the creature is right. If you forget what the point of all of this is, then it's what makes this any different than Crystallina just cutting you down now. Destroying everything you have now. You can argue you've made it so there's nothing for him to destroy, but even you know that can't possibly be true.
Now, the only things driving you forward are fear and survivor's guilt. But these cannot take you far enough. And so, this river, the source of your strength, grows more polluted by the day.
And do you think that means I should seek help from a weak little thing like you?
Your emotional self isn't weak. The fact that she transcended time and broke free from her constraints to come and face you, that proves it.
Thank you for saying that. I knew bringing you here would be the right choice. To be honest, I'm not here to argue with you. This isn't about who's right or wrong. And in fact, I agree that in order to make it through the wake of that tragedy, we had to distance ourselves from the pain through reason over emotion.
Exactly. Alright, so she agrees with me too. It was a necessary thing for survival, and it kind of still is.
What is right at one point in time isn't always right forever. I know you will never forget that fire. I know the fact that you were the sole survivor fills you with guilt. And I know that among the voices that haunt you, mine is there too. Because deep down, you know that you didn't turn out to be the person you wanted to be.
Yeah. Yeah, you might not have gotten to explore the world with awe and wonder without the knowledge of how dark the world can be weighing you down. That's really the part that got me, like, emotionally destroyed me with Wanderer's story too, is just seeing what kind of person he was as the Kabukimono. And knowing that that innocence is completely gone. And that he had once loved humanity because he had found humans that accepted him. And that was completely destroyed. His impression of them was destroyed, and he was taken in by humans who only used him as a tool. And now he is who he is today, and he'll never be that innocent, altruistic self again. So I guess I'm going to do the same thing with Skirk here as well. Which is just to know that you might not get that self back again. You might never have that level of wonder and awe again. But that doesn't mean you can't start dreaming for a future that's better than what you have now. That doesn't have to change. I'm sorry. I said I was not going to pause and talk every sentence that came out of the strange creature's mouth. I'm really failing at that. I'm sorry.
All those unfulfilled hopes are like knives to the heart. And I don't want you to hurt anymore. So even if you can't accept me, I hope, at least, that you can let go. I keep thinking, maybe it would be better if I had died. I wouldn't be haunted by that fire all the time. I wouldn't have to go on like this.
Your dad and I, we're not afraid to stare death in the face, but we need you to survive.
She's doing it. She's breaking out of the ice.
I'm sick of being a kid. There's so many amazing things out there, and I'm ready to see them all.
I remember. There was a song Mom and Dad always sang when we went out to fetch water. Dancing water. The sand along your path is begging for your song and movement. Will you carry this burden with you on your journey? I am not the dancing water, and you are not the burdensome sand. But if this is your wish, then I will carry you with me until the end.
Aww.
Thank you.
This is so nice to see. I'm sorry. I'm about to go on another tangent again after the strange creature talked. And all they said was thank you. It's wonderful to see them reconcile like this. Knowing that Skirk still will need to hold her reason above her emotion in many cases, because she is still in that pursuit of strength. But also to hold on to those emotions because they represent what you're looking for in the end. Someday, you will defeat Sertology. You might be giving him exactly what he wants. It'll be transactional in nature. You get rid of the fear he holds over your head. And he gets to have the most glorious battle that he trained someone to be able to have with him. But after that, there's still a whole lot of life left to live, you know. And you might not carry those dreams the way you did before. But that doesn't mean you still can't dream. And that doesn't mean that when this is all over, you still can't have a wonderful journey to go on. Okay.
I should be thanking you.
Done going on this tangent. Aww, but just seeing them reconcile though. This is... I'm sorry, I'm gonna go on another tangent. I hope nobody's watching this to actually... Like, I hope if you're actually watching this to get the video of the Skirk story quest that you picked like a no commentary playthrough. Because I hope everybody watching this actually wants to hear me talk for... What time is it? It's 1 a.m. Literally talk for like 4 hours. I mean, I wasn't talking for the whole 4 hours, but because my talking made those 4 hours. I lost my train of thought. Did I finish saying what I was trying to say? No, I didn't. I was gonna say this is what I was meaning earlier when I said Skirk's approach seems a lot more balanced compared to seemingly what Sertology taught her. In that she wasn't so unnecessarily harsh with us. Now, granted, this is because we're not necessarily her disciples and she's not pushing us to our limit the same way she's pushing herself to her limit, or Sertology pushed her to her limit. But this sort of reconciliation between who she is now and the dreams of her past, the reconciliation between reason and emotion working together in harmony, does speak to that sort of balance that I was talking about, that she is clearly more in touch with herself as a human being than Sertology was.
Run, Skirk, run! Remember, leave no one alive!
Heed my words, Skirk. Let fear take root in your soul.
Did you survive? Why was it only you?
Skirk, did you become a positive light in this world?
Hey, this doesn't have to be the end. Life is a gift. Don't let darkness claim it.
She's whole again. continuous river. Your strength is no longer fractured. Wow.
So, you saw my memories then?
All of it, yeah. I'm sorry, that's kind of invasive of me, but your other self invited me to, so...
I once asked my master if survival of the strongest was the law of the universe. He said no. But in a world without order, those with no moral boundaries tend to be the ones who survive.
That isn't true strength. Power is not a substitute for doing what is right.
That's why, after hearing his answer, an idea came to mind.
Yeah.
An idea that, one day, I would create a new world order. One in which there would never be another tragedy like that fire. One in which power was not the law of the land. But that means I must defeat him. Because my master, Genshin, is, at the core, a defier of all rules and order.
Sounds like you have your work cut out for you. Yeah. But that's good. You remember what you're fighting for now. You're fighting so he cannot take away your right to create that world and forge it with your own power. He might have taught you everything he knows to make you the ultimate enemy, I guess, the ultimate person to fight against. But you are your own person. So don't forget why you wish to use your power and what you are going to do with it after you've used it to defeat him.
Yes, and not just because of the gap in our abilities, but also because I have no reason to see him as an enemy.
I know, right? I know, right?
His decision to train me was not made out of kindness. He did everything a master should. He saved my life, taught me the sword and the principles of strength. And for that, I respect him.
Exactly. Yeah.
I know. And it's not something I want. But Master never goes back on his word. I have to treat everything he says as a promise. He's no longer into that, but he sends me messages through the abyss every now and then. Most of them are simple greetings, or an answer to one of my questions.
Okay. Like I said, not like I said, but like I was thinking, that's a very chill dynamic to have with your master, considering he's also threatened you to make you stronger. He's still answering your questions and calling you every now and then.
Every time I hear from him, my heart skips a beat.
Yeah, I know.
And I wonder if this is the moment where he'll finally appear before me and tear down everything I've built to pieces.
I would be afraid of that too.
Maybe that means I do live in eternal fear, just like he said. Yes, I respect him, but I'm also afraid of him. And for that reason, the pursuit of strength consumes every moment of my life. I don't know what Master has planned, but I have to be ready.
If he does attack you one day, I'll help you.
Help me? Why? This isn't your fight.
Well, you're fighting for... He said to make new friends, go on a journey, and someday I'll come to destroy it. Well, what would be the point of all that if everything you've learned on your journey and all the friends you've made didn't come in to help you someday in that fateful fight? Oh my gosh, I wish he was able to say this himself. Because if we want to build the world we both want to see, everyone has to be willing to fight for it. If we all do our part, we can make the entire universe a kinder place. That would seem like an excellent place to end the story quest, if not for the fact that we still have not fought the guy with the narwhal yet. I can't believe we still haven't done that. Alright. Oh, I wish we could do photo mode here. Just to have Skirk looking at this beautiful river here. Skirk gazes into the distant sky. There's nothing else to do here. Should I leave? Well, let's take one final look at this place. Her soul, once fragmented, has been healed together again. Oh my gosh, that's right. Paimon was getting breakfast.
You're finally awake.
Hi.
Honestly, Paimon was gone for like 2 seconds and then she comes back and finds you both unconscious? You scared Paimon half to death.
Sometimes
You're
that
both
happens.
okay, right?
We're okay.
What does it look like?
You look stronger than ever.
Only water from the source can cleanse the rot and filth that flows from the past into the future.
Yeah.
I taught you to incorporate the experiences from your journey into how you fight. I suppose what happened today will become an inseparable part of who I am.
Yeah. And you're not ignoring that part of
Okay,
yourself
so
anymore.
Paimon feels like she's missing some important context.
Yeah. Yeah.
But whatever. Paimon brought back tons of delicious snacks. Let's dig in.
All right. It's about time we finished what we started.
Okay. Thank you for breakfast, by the way, Paimon.
Good, right?
Finally, let's show him what we are made of.
This time, I'm not going to tell you to hold back. But having digested even more power in the meantime, he's going to be tougher than before.
But so
the
are
good news
we.
is, we have no reason to pull our punches this time. So, let's go. Same place as last time.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Heart and mind. Unbounded. Okay. This is it. The final battle. This is great though. I mean, because obviously learning about Skirk's backstory makes me feel really sad. But the thing about these stories is you also learn how these characters overcome adversity and the complexity of the adversity they face. For Skirk, it's more than just becoming stronger so that she doesn't have to live in fear anymore. But also, how do you do that and not abandon who you are to your core?
The fog is gone!
The fog is gone and there's a big gaping void there. This is... So, okay,
wait,
am I just saying?
Isn't that the form the all-devouring
It
narwhal
looks like
changed into?
Certalogy?
How come
she's
he
in the
knows
black dress
that
again.
too?
That's Skirk's master. That's what the fowl used to look like.
Really? So, you're telling Paimon that giant whale and this guy can both turn into the fowl? How does that work?
Good question.
It's a subconscious instinct. Any intelligent being who longs for his level of strength is bound to mimic his appearance.
So it's not
It's
actually
a natural
Certalogy.
response after encountering someone as powerful as Master.
It's a Certalogy wannabe.
To them, he represents ultimate power. We know the person before us has encountered Master, and we know he stole a portion of my power. So it's not surprising that he would assume this form.
Okay. Oh, the closer Paimon looks, the more intimidating it gets. Nervalette isn't here this time, so it's up to us.
Well,
he won't have the nerve
we
to steal
don't
again after
need
we're done with
Nervalette.
him. Let's teach this
I
guy
mean,
a
it
lesson.
was helpful to have one of the 7 sovereigns on our side, but look, we got this now. Uh-oh, do we actually fight? Blood Serpent's Broken Edge. Uh-oh. Mermaid mode. Nope, okay.
Water jet.
Mermaid mode for real? No? I couldn't use her burst either.
Forgotten your training, I hope.
What am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do with this? Oh. I understand what we're supposed to do with this. Okay. Nope, nope, okay, never mind. I didn't understand.
Water jet.
Another star goes out.
Okay, how come? I have to figure that out. Actually, you know what? I think I figured it out. So, the duration of her mermaid mode is based off of how much nope, never mind. I was gonna say it's based off of how much serpent subtlety she has, maybe. So if I've used her burst, then she has none. But that's not the case. Her burst is full right now, so I don't know. I don't know. I really thought I had studied and learned how to use her, but today we're finding out that's really not the case anymore. Oh, use the enhanced charge attack. Okay. Oh, not looking so strong anymore, are you?
Bombs away!
Bombs away! What? I don't understand. I guess we're just gonna be using the burst for power because for some reason I can't get her skill to last super long. It's not right. The will that crossed the abyss rekindles. I didn't believe that. It's not a good use. Oh, but she healed up. Is that what it meant?
Water jet.
Annihilate.
There we go. That's using mermaid mode. Okay, finally. Go, Ether! Go, Skirk! Not this again. Watch out!
Haven't had enough of my power.
Good work, Ether. Ah!
Well then, let's see how much more of this power you can handle.
Wait, whoa! Go, Ether! He's throwing his tongue. Ah! Whoa! He threw the sword and she picked it up and used it. Or she grabbed it out of midair. Whoa! Oh, who are you? Random Conrian guy?
Have you come to your senses?
You saw that my body was at its limit. So, you deliberately channeled your power into me, knowing that it would destroy my shell from within.
Yeah, however that works.
Such power. Such keen battle instincts.
Low resolution Conria outfit.
You must be.
Skirk, Sertologi's disciple.
How long has it been? How long has he been away from Tevat?
Hundreds of years.
Hundreds? Sorry. It's a lot to take in. I should introduce myself. I am Skofnunga, a friend of your master, and this is the first time I've heard your name, Skirk. But hundreds of years ago. I knew you existed, and I knew you would come here.
Hundreds of years ago?
Sounds like you and Master have quite the history. Care to tell us about it?
Of course. Might as well take advantage of a clear head while I
Yeah,
can.
he looks like he's all corrupted.
The story starts a long. I was born into a noble family in Conria. As the eldest son, I was set to inherit our title. But I contracted an incurable illness as a child, and everyone gave up on me.
Getting little tidbits about Conrian society.
I trained the sword harder than anyone else, defeated all of my peers. But it was all in vain. When other people looked at me, all I saw in their eyes was pity, or a strange glee in my misfortune. Even my parents were just waiting for me to die. Over time, my heart hardened, and I became aimless. That was the point where I met your master, Skirk. We were similar in age, but different in background. He was born in prison, the son of criminals who had been sentenced to death. He spent his childhood wandering the streets, facing more criticism than the literary works in the Universitas Magistrorum.
Okay, we're getting a massive lore dump here, okay.
Yet, he always wore a smile on his face, as if kindness and malice were one and the same, and he could not see the difference.
Well...
I still remember what he said to me when we first met. You need to fight to survive. Even if it's a losing battle, it should light a fire under you. How can you sit back like this and go down without a fight?
That does sound like something he would say.
It does sound like something he would say. But also, I guess, understanding a little bit about Skirk's background. Actually, no. It doesn't fully explain... There's a huge gap in what we know about Skirk still. To explain how he goes from the person described here to the person that we know he is from Skirk's description.
He was the first to acknowledge that I was worth something, and he inspired me to keep going. When we sparred together, it was the first time I'd actually felt the thrill of combat. When I was 10, he stole forbidden research materials and managed to cure my illness. It was like there was nothing in this world he couldn't accomplish. When it came to the human form, he was always intent on pushing the boundaries of possibility. But somewhere along the way, I fell behind. My talents were nothing compared to his, and at some point, I realized he had pulled so far ahead, I was too embarrassed to even ask him to spar. After his grand endeavor was successful, he sought me out and said to me,
"This planet no longer holds anything of interest to me, so I'm leaving. But first, I have an offer. I can use a power I have just refined to break the curse of immortality for you."
Whoa, you can do that? I mean, just think about how many, I mean, not a huge amount, but basically all the immortal Conrians we've met so far did not seem super happy with going crazy, just being old souls in an immortal body. So that would actually be huge if you could... Wait. That's right. Clothar Alberic was going crazy, as we know from that other conquest. From the Curse of Immortality. Yet later, we find his body was buried in that field, which means he found a way to die. And you are talking about a Curse of Immortality. You are not the voice that we heard in the crystal, but Dane said the voice we heard in the crystal that was basically feeding wisdom to Clothar was Vedderfolnir, who was Dane's brother, who was, I presume, to be a friend of Sertologi's, considering that they are both part of the 5 Sinners of Conria, but also because they were talking to each other in the description for Skirk's character introduction card. With Vedderfolnir, it's late, saying prophetic stuff about the firmament and whatever, and someday you will not be able to sever your connection to this world. You will send your disciple here in the future. And Sertologi's like, what? I'm gonna have a disciple? That's terrible. For them, I mean. Which is a small humorous moment in a completely not humorous topic, as it turns out.
Your death was once what we worked so hard to prevent. But the immortality you now face is a different kind of pain altogether.
I'll pass. Immortality doesn't sound so bad to me. Since I can't die, it means I have an infinite amount of time to get stronger. Maybe I'll finally catch up to you one day. And we can spar like we used to.
I don't think you really thought about the consequences of that. Considering you are now forever an old guy, completely corrupted by this purple energy and completely losing your sanity.
Are you sure? I cannot say when I will return. Your body, or rather, your soul, might not be able to withstand this curse.
Erosion, right?
All I can do is try. After all, a wise man once told me, people need to fight for their own survival.
Wise indeed. Nevertheless, if you grow weary of the pain of immortality, and wish to experience a good sparring match before you wither away, seek out my disciple.
I love how this is a conversation happening in a completely white space, because they can't show us the remnants of Conria quite yet.
Disciple? Never thought I'd hear that word coming from you.
Nor I. But Vedderfolnir said I was destined to find a disciple out there in the universe.
Oh, that's the conversation I was literally talking about.
You know as well as I, Vedderfolnir's prophecies are never wrong.
Hope we learn more about Vedderfolnir soon.
Well, now I'm curious about who this disciple of yours will be.
All Vedderfolnir said was that one day, the stars shall bow in her honor.
The stars shall bow in her honor. Whoa. That's such an exalted way to describe someone.
Sounds pretty impressive.
Of course. Only the most outstanding people would have the right to become my disciple.
Perhaps through all the harshness, also a mutual sort of respect for Skirk from Sertologi as the respect that she has for him.
Still self-assured as ever, I see. But you're not wrong.
I'll be leaving then. Oh, and if you were serious about getting stronger, I left you a little gift in the primordial sea. As I've said before.
So that's why you are like the only person in the world that has access to the whale.
Means even the wicked get to make their own choices.
Waiting for me in the
Were you the
primordial
one
sea
that we
was the
fought then
all-devouring
inside the
Narwhal.
whale?
already beaten into submission by Sertologi. In its weakened state, I was able to cut off part of its flesh and sew it into my own heart.
That actually sounds like a terrible idea. Why would you do that?
Your heart? That sounds like torture. How did you even survive that?
Because, of course, I bear the curse of immortality.
Right, so you can't die, but I can't possibly see this necessarily feeling good or really being that good for you.
So, you used the curse to turn yourself into a vessel for power. Even with that whale's ability, devouring power like that is not something the human body can withstand. With your body and soul constantly at the breaking point, it was the curse of immortality that sustained you. But that is not the path to strength. You have to pour your heart into it, work for it, dream of it. Instead, you stole something that didn't belong to you, and it backfired.
You're right. I should have known better, but I had already pushed myself to my limits, and he was still miles ahead of me. So I had to take a leap of faith. I miss your master. I miss the days when we were all together, troublemakers without a home. I don't regret the choice I made. But if you'll allow it, I do want to apologize. To both of you.
Okay. I accept your apology. Especially since we've gotten our soul back. Yeah, that being said, it is sort of... It's sort of strange how, like, we're bridging the gap of information from when someone like Sertologi would have just been, as described here, a troublemaker without a home. Basically, an ordinary person trying to grow stronger. Fast forward to now, where Sertologi is basically like this transcendent being, where he doesn't even need to exist with a physical human body, literally wielding godlike power, and can enter and leave this dimension whenever he pleases, constantly getting stronger, and has a pet that can literally eat planets. Like, that's what I mean. There's so much for us to learn about in this game.
After the beating we just gave you, I think we can call it even.
Yeah.
You're an interesting one as well. Sertologi's disciple. That's a lot to live up to. It can't have been an easy experience. I know what he's like. He rules with an iron fist, using despair and fear to force you to catch up to him, all the while standing ever out of reach. We're like mountain climbers in the dark, never knowing how much higher we have to climb, or when we will see the sun again.
True. But I made up my mind long ago. No matter how dark it gets, I will not give in to despair. I will overcome it. Besides, after hearing your story, I suspect what Master really wants is not a battle that demands his full strength, but rather a defeat without
Without regrets.
Since you're his friend, you must have some things in common. First time we came here, when you stabbed me through the fog and stole my power, I felt no emotion coming from that spike. But when you had to devote all your strength fighting me just now, I could feel joy and passion emanating from your blade. It was the joy of a researcher discovering the truth of the world. The joy of an artist uncovering a temple of wonders.
Interesting. I'm certain I didn't express those emotions outright. Yet you were able to read them from my blade, like a glimpse into my inner world.
Like you too found what it was you were fighting for this whole time.
You're right. That battle brought me an unbridled sense of joy, and my defeat brings me no regret whatsoever.
Exactly. I think Master also craves a battle like that. One where his opponent forces him to use all his strength, unlock the extent of his potential, and transcend his own limits. A battle to end all battles. After which, all can come to an end. Including, perhaps, his life.
Yeah. Ironically, puts the fear into Skirk, taking away everything from her. But that's also building her into exactly who he wants. Somebody who is going to give him that fight. That even if he should lose his life, he can be satisfied, having tested the true extent of everything, all the power he's accumulated, all the wisdom and training, where he can put it all into one grand show, to one display.
For that very reason, good and evil are meaningless to him. He has one purpose, one goal: to complete himself. It's one of the secrets to his strength.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps that is his call. What a battle that would be. Oh, to witness such a...
Are you okay?
Thinking this is
too many different kinds of power are surging through my body. The curse of immortality allows it all to coexist, but it does not remove the pain. I won't be able to hold on to my sanity for much longer. What a shame. I would have loved to witness that battle. Crystallina once offered to free me from this curse. Now, I must ask that of you, Skirk. Can you release me from the pain?
I can, but not through death, if that's what you were hoping for. It's not a suitable punishment for your crime. As an alternative, I can take your consciousness, along with all the power you've consumed, and smash it to pieces.
That sounds really violent, but whatever it takes.
The impurities will dissipate, and under the curse of immortality, your mind and body will regenerate. When that process is complete, you will be back to who you were before, no longer tortured by powers you can't control. But it will be a time-consuming and painful process. The decision is yours to make.
Meanwhile, I'm sure Crystallina actually had a way to let you die, but that's up to you.
I accept. And who knows? Perhaps I'll wake up in time to witness your great battle with Crystallina. I have faith that you'll be able to stand against him one day.
Me too.
Though I know it'll be a long and arduous road.
Especially after everything we've been through in this quest. I believe you can do it, Skirk. Well, Skofnunger, if you're going to go through with this, I suggest we take him to that fountain down in the chasm, since we're almost at the chasm, where all the hilly trails went. Just because it had the power to put a mind at ease for the creatures going through the curse of immortality.
If we are climbers in the dark, it appears the dawn has finally broken for me. But your ascent continues. At least, it looks like you are not alone on your journey.
Yeah, that's right. You have friends now, Skirk, and we're not going to leave your
I will
side.
reach the top of this
When
mountain,
that fight
no matter
at
what
the
it
end
takes.
arises. When that day comes when you must fight Crystallina. If you call on us, we'll be there. because that is part of the strength you have accumulated on your journey.
And you, Skirk, will be my witness at the end of all things.
Okay, that's also a pretty cool picture.
It's finally over. Let's get out of here.
Alright.
At least we don't have to make a mad dash for the exit like last time.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, like earlier. Skirk gazes into the distant sky. There's nothing else to do here. Should I leave? Yeah. I'm sorry, it's 1:40 in the morning. We're kind of at the we gotta wrap this up part of the stream.
We did it! It's only been a few days, but it feels like forever. Once again, we've proved there's nothing we can't overcome. We're just that awesome.
I didn't even break a sweat.
Wow, you sound even more confident than usual. Guess you really have become stronger. Today sure went by fast. It's night already. Oh wait, that reminds Paimon. The stars you mentioned. The ones that died out?
True.
Are they back now?
Yeah, what was that about?
Yes. The power Skirk stole has been returned. So, the stars have regained their light.
Awesome.
Great! Huh, it's crazy that you even noticed their light was gone. There are so many stars in the sky. If a few disappeared, Paimon definitely wouldn't be able to tell.
I suppose it's because I have gazed upon this sky for centuries. The false stars, hanging in the meticulously planned sky, glittering with rotten light.
That is certainly a way to describe the stars, but I suppose this is the thing about having a false sky.
It's not real. And yet, it is for that very reason that I can look upon it and enjoy the momentary peace it brings.
It's beautiful. I agree. I'd like to see what it's like up there.
Even the most beautiful of bubbles has to burst. We will return to the real universe one day, whether of our own volition or not.
You say that incredibly casually, and I know it's to us where that prospect doesn't seem that far-fetched, but just think about all the people in Teyvat where the idea of the real universe would blow their minds.
Time marches ever forward. Even the innocent and naive will taste life's bitterness. Yet through hardship, we grow until we learn to seize the sands of time for ourselves and uncover our true strength. Though we gaze upon a false sky, its vastness and majesty is palpable. One can only wonder, what is it going to take for kindness to reign supreme in the vast expanse of the universe?
Oh, this is all going over Paimon's head. But if she knows one thing, it's that the Traveler always finds a way. Ever since we met, he has filled Paimon's days with happiness.
Aww.
No matter how tough things get, he always finds a way to make it better.
Thank you, Paimon. That's so sweet of you. It's really interesting how where we're standing, we can see Mondstadt and Sumeru and Liyue.
If it's too big a job for one person, then we'll do it with two. And if two's still not enough, then three. We've met so many amazing friends and accomplished so many amazing things. As long as we don't give up, we can make any wish come true.
I suppose when it comes to you, anything is possible. Well, I should be going. Now that my power is no longer isolated from my emotions, I need more practice to get used to it.
Sounds like a plan. When will we meet again?
I suppose fate will decide. Maybe we'll bump into each other on the street. Or maybe we'll reunite on a different planet entirely. Regardless, reunions and partings are but passing moments. More than anything, I hope that at the end of this journey, wherever it takes us, we stand in a world reborn. One without war, pain, or forced partings. One where new life can bloom, even where there was once nothing but scorched earth. For this, we must all work to become stronger.
Of course. Of course, Master.
If that's what you want to call me, I won't object. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Skirk.
just Paimon, or is she being nicer than before? We definitely count as friends after all that, don't you think?
I think so.
Hey, what do you think about camping here tonight? There's nothing quite like sleeping under the stars.
Yeah.
Come tomorrow, we can continue our journey. Oh, and since Paimon treated you to that super nice meal at Wanmin Restaurant, it's about time you returned the favor.
You got it. Well, I'm happy to enjoy this starry sky with you, Paimon. Dream Mirror Remnant. Training overview. Oh my gosh. Lingering Euphonia. It's her guitar. It's a model of the guitar we can put in the teapot. Wow. We did it! After, what is it? 4.5 hours. I made it through the quest. Oh, and there's everything. Lots to learn about her combat and everything, but let's see. Guitar that Skirk made based on the instruments of her homeland. The guitar has a unique charm when played. Its ancient melody seems to hum of a history that nobody recalls.
The abyss is like the world's shadow.
These are chords. Oh, that's such a lovely little Easter egg, though. That we get to have her guitar here. And that she sings that song. Song that someday, the end of the journey, we will meet again. I mean, definitely so many questions.
Merciless.
Not very, but lots of answers too. Skirk's story. I think I've talked enough about Skirk and her own journey and how it reflects, I guess,
The night is cold.
the story of humans and society and anything. But I guess I did the thing again where I didn't make her skill last very long. Let's try to see if we can figure this out.
Merciless.
I think I need to not hold it because if I immediately go into the mode where she's flying around with the mermaid tail, it expends the points way faster than... Actually, wait. See, I'm learning. Because now I realize tapping is just a 7-phase flash mode. Holding turns into the mode where she's flying around with the tail. She can do that a little bit while she's in the 7-phase flash mode. However, what I really need to do... Is there more hilly trails? Please tell me there's more hilly trails around here. Actually, I don't specifically want to fight hilly trails. I've already said I feel bad about hurting hilly trails. Anyway. Skirk's story is the first glimpse that we have into the worlds beyond Tibet. We know that she was from a civilization that lived innocent, peaceful lives. But they were physically quite strong and they didn't even quite know. And another race of people from another planet came and, well, described them as savages, but really they're... I did the thing again. I did the thing again! I gotta realize I can't hold... Now I get it. The problem is I'm holding the skill when I need to just tap the skill, and then if I tap the skill, she has the mermaid mode, but she can also fight with it. Whereas if I hold it, then she just flies around. I get it. I think I'm on my way to mastering how to use Skirk now. Master Skirk. I mean, we don't know who her people were. Yeah, that's right, Farina's little buddies. We don't know who her people were. We don't know who the people who invaded her world were. We don't know why each group was the way they were, or why the invaders did what they did, and being threatened by the prospect of other strength. But we also don't know if any of it matters in terms of the story of Teyvat. But whether or not it matters for the story of Teyvat, it matters to Skirk. That's the story of her life, and what's made her that way. But it also opens the door to, oh, that was cool. There was her double sword there. Okay, that's her plunging attack. We only know of very few descenders here in Teyvat, but what isolates this world from people beyond the skies with those kinds of intentions too, right? Clearly something, but what is it? We don't know. Many questions will be answered in the future. But for now, the only thing we know is someday we will meet again. That I'm sure of. This will not be the last time we meet Skirk. And hopefully we don't need to wait until the next planet to meet her. There was one... Obviously, okay, we've definitely opened up a whole bunch of other lines now.
I bought some old books from Liyue recently. A passage in one of them stood out to me. The wise man uses his mind as a mirror, neither grasping out nor drawing in. It receives all, yet keeps nothing. In this way, he triumphs over all things, and they can render him no harm. That's a very enlightened state of mind. At first, I assumed it must have been penned by some renowned martial arts master. But after reading further, it turned out that he was just an ordinary traveler. People surprise me with what they're capable of sometimes. Suppose that's what they mean when they talk about hidden strengths.
Yeah, I really like that line, because first of all, that there's wisdom to be gained from traveling. Perhaps different wisdom than training. But also, the wise man uses his mind as a mirror, neither grasping out nor drawing in. It receives all, yet keeps nothing. In this way, he triumphs over all, and they can render him no harm. That is, to absorb... I guess I understand it as to absorb that wisdom, to have learned from it, yet to not cling to it so that it dictates what you choose to do with it. I feel like I had something more enlightened to say, but my brain has now been rendered mush after 4.5 hours of Genshin. Yeah, happy to have Skirk on the team. Happy to have learned a little bit about her. And hoping that now she does have some friends on the journey she can share her burdens with. But also that she is more resolved in her journey towards strength and her pursuit of power. Power to both defeat the adversity in her life and also the power to reforge the world as she saw fit. Yeah, that's about all I have to say. Except for, like, maybe one more thing. Which is... Sorry, Paimon. If your long journey makes you drift too far away, and if the dust and time still weigh you down, pulling you astray, if passing years change you somehow, fret not, this simple rhyme will still be there with you now. Please know that I stay to wait. Please know that I stay you see. Through all the changing seasons, sun and rain, right here I stand. I am still here, waiting for you. Here I will stay. These silent fading melodies hold memories from our past, you see. These phantom echoes still convey old promises from you and me, offering comfort through the silent years.